Alright. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Sorry for the slightly late start. I blame my stomach. And the reason why I blame my stomach is I think I've figured out what's causing my stomach issues the last few days. Other than the unyielding rage over the ISP situation. I think I might have developed a gluten sensitivity. Which sucks. Like, that sucks a lot. I'm really not a fan of that. But it's the only thing I can think of that I've been consuming regularly for like the last couple weeks. And I've had stomach problems for the last couple weeks. So I don't know. Also, I'm totally seeing fluctuations on my connection already. So who knows how long we go today before I get annoyed and stop. But we're here. How we doing, Priz, Mr. Sean? Anyone else who might be here? Thank you for testing. No. I have to stop consuming gluten. I don't want to do that. Okay, so, I want to do some experimentation today with more archetypes of gun builds and certain stuff in general. I'm gonna do some, if I remember, some questionable stuff today, specifically because I did finally take a moment to go and see how some other people feel about some things in Redux, and there's some things, there's some claims made that I would just like to do my part in debunking. So we're going to be doing that. Just need appropriate equipment for this. So we have the hourglass, although that's less impactful now. It's still good though. Maybe I just go with barbell load. No, it doesn't. So I just go with the hourglass and shoot a mulligan. Let's not be silly here. Have a... yeah, that's a Shark's Bane gun damage with pistol crit. Sure. Hopefully the test results are negative. I swear I got the plate mail I was after, class combo wise. It might have been on another save and I forgot to put it away though. Probably. Okay, so this is base stat. We're gonna do a round on this to warm up. What I want to try out is Blight Caller inclusive gun build with Plague Storm. Just Plague Storm to help out the bossing situation. My PC clearly has to wake up. Yeah, I believe this is the first time I've hopped on this save since Hourglass took its reduction, and it's noticeable, but like, still fine. Still very much fine. Oh yeah. Just mulligan moment. Yeah, I really don't need to keep proving this point, but it gives me more excuses to just play different builds. This point being that it's people's item choices. It's the people. Like this gun right here, the donkey, this is a good gun. If you need a gun for a gun build, you don't have a good one, this one drops, you use this because it's a good item. Yet I do see people just either not knowing of the existence of the donkey or downplaying it. Hourglass still fine, just had to shift focus on my amp launcher dot build. Shifted diffusion. Yeah. Yeah. It's only certain archetypes of gun build that really notice the hourglass thing. And I would argue that that would be like either dot focused stuff or crossbolt focused stuff, because before you were able to justify hourglass over barbaload, even in multi-target scenarios, just because the damage difference, the immediate damage, the upfront damage was there. Now less so in mobbing, like I'd rather just have the barbaload. And honestly, in single target, barbaload for the ammo still has some value. So it's much closer between those two again. And I would like to point out that Hourglass had its buff type changed, but Barbaload took a 90% nerf in Redux, and it's still competitive. So I'd say that's indicative of good balance. Like this situation, Barbaload with that Riveter Masher, and go crazy. We're doing low effort mulligan warm-ups. They're getting an echo pincushion. I did, and then I think I threw it on the ground because I needed inventory space. So I guess we'll hit Melee Bunny here today. Yeah, I'm trying to think what melee weapon to use on the Blight Collar setup we're going to be going for. I'm thinking that maybe we could justify it there. Like, if we happen to get a poison pincushion with Echo, maybe. Either that or a Storm Surge. Jester.
Jiggling. Quag jiggling.
Jiggling. Quag jiggling. Nice. Thank you so much for the 19 months, Chester. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I hope things are treating you well. And it's good to see ya. Hey, Nunu. Jiggling as well. Mr. Arson also jiggling. Fatebreaker. Yeah, Fatebreaker do be breaking Fate. Stream titles taking you on a roller coaster, huh? I mean, you gotta bait people in. Oh, there's an Echo Fatebreaker, so I guess we take that. We could do the Poison Ragnarok. Find a use for Ragnarok. Poison Ragnarok for ranged bog down. Easy clap. No, I'm not delusional. I really like the idea of this Revenant. It's just you can't sustain it without a Deathless. It's literally not possible because you'll just heal from the dark magic. Don't have a Deathless? Oh, I do have one. Hang on, I saw it. Just because I want to give this gun another chance next. Do I have an hourglass, like a frost one? A protagonizer. Ah, I do. I do. Okay, cool. I want to give this gun another chance. Yeah, Mr. Arson. I like proving points with my theory crafting content in Lands games. You'd be surprised how many times in the Borderlands 3 cycle I got an entire week of stream content off of one person putting one bad take somewhere, like one comment. I was like, I can work with that. Ended up making like half a dozen builds out of someone saying the Baby Maker was bad in that game. That was cool. You know, things like that. So a lot of the stream titles are just, hey, what can I prove? What can I prove?
Have some fun. Choose, Fate Maker.
In order to manipulate you into making a build, I want to see if you have a bad take about it. Got it? I mean, you're joking, but I'm self-aware enough to know that I don't have as much self-control in that department as I'd like, so it would probably work. Is my point. This gun go semi-auto? No, burst. This gun could go semi-auto, that would help it. I guess another thing that enters the mix again with builds like this is, especially I have Inflammation equipped, we go Theurge over Barbalode or Hourglass for just more FTS uptime. If you're doing FTS augment, then I think that would be the play. You just want to sit in that as much as possible. You can shoot this thing for a long time, I must say. It feels good to shoot. Like, it's satisfying. The gun's got a good handling to it. I think it's just a little confused on what it wants to be and do. Works though. Even after all this time in Wonderland, it's still weird to see Quack shooting guns. We were discussing this a minute ago, Don. It's mostly just because I like proving points. And proving points is a good way to get me to just do different things. People downplayed non-gun in BL3, so I did a lot of non-gun. People downplay gun in Wonderlands Redux, specifically. Now, they don't downplay it in Wonderlands Vanilla, which is weird to me. Where, you know, it should be downplayed. But in Redux they do, and I'm like, but Redux made it less of a problem. Like, what do you mean? I guess the conclusion there is, like, people didn't actually play Vanilla Wonderlands Endgame, despite giving feedback about how it worked. I guess? Because Wonderland's gun builds are stronger in Redux than in Vanilla, just straight up. Just Redux gun builds stronger than Vanilla. That's it. That's how it works. There's no secret to it. There's no you know, you gotta use these 5 items or whatever. It's just stronger than in vanilla. Did you drop a peg leg? No, you're still not doing that, are you? Yeah, I guess peg leg might not, or Lechant's leg, excuse me, might not actually be connected to that source for some reason. Well, yesterday I tested Redux and Contagion gun build's even stronger. There you go. Most things got stronger in the mod. Either directly or through things around them getting changed, or through more enemy density significantly buffs a few types of builds. The Chaos going to 10 instead of 100 means you have fewer meaningful choices to make. Mr. Quack, Mr. Bowling, how we doing? Good fight, Zom Boss. Good fight. It's really worth noting that the output of this gun would be substantially higher if I could use any other armor. It's currently wired in such a way that I would have to use it as a fight for your life gun. Or I guess save your soul gun if I wanted the bonus damage from the Revenant and didn't want to use Deathless, or I would have to use like Reaper of Bones and then wait until I'm at like 40% to start shooting, but then because Dark Magic healing, I would heal out of range of getting the bonus. Finally Friday and I'm tired as fuck. I feel ya. I feel ya. Time's doing weird things for me as well. Okay, we hit melee here. Now, something you could do to stop the dark magic healing thing from occurring is, and I guess I want to test this. Restore the Veil on Blightcaller makes it so dark magic fills your wards instead of your health. That's a good pickaxe. Instead of, meaning as long as we have other ways of sustaining our health, we could like do some spicy Revenant stuff. We could do like Reaper of Bones, or we wouldn't even need Reaper really. That's what I want to try. I want to try an amp Revenant build on Blightcaller and see if we can do something interesting with that. So let me put it away in my bank. Make sure we have room. And I need to find a character that has base class Blightcaller so I can change stuff. Agony won't be useful because we'll never be depleting it, sadly. Put that Fate Breaker away. Let's find a character. So I need one that's preferably level 40, having already gone through Chaos Trials. Base Blightcaller. Hopefully some gun relevant stuff on the save already. this one? This one base Spore, or is it base Blight? About to find out, I suppose. Okay, base Blight. We can use this one. Perfect. Oh yeah, this is what I was just doing meme love leopard shit on. Perfect. So I'll grab the Revenant and the Midnight Wisdom. Those are both Dahlia, so we can benefit from Fealtios stuff and things. In terms of melee weapon, Fatebreaker doesn't make the most sense. We could do an Ancient Fatebreaker to help our Plague Storm cooldown. Poison would also let us apply Bog Down from range, so I like that idea as well. Well, actually, no, the birds will still be lightning. But we can still hit to apply it that way. Still like the idea. We'll grab an Echo one as well. Couple flavors. Last leg in case we need some reload speed. I figure we grab both, put the ones I don't need back once I'm settled. So we could go triple amp or we could go Deuces. Deuces drains more, but it deals more. Now making the amp into Frost isn't really relevant for the Revenant, but it could be decent situationally for Midnight Wisdom. I'll take it. We'll want to have Body Rune as well, of course. I'll pull one of those. We're gonna need Hourglasses. I forgot to transfer those over. Do I have any that are relevant in here? I don't know if I even have any Blight Collar ones, because was that the one that couldn't roll? I think that was the one that couldn't roll. Maybe we just go Theurge then. For Plague Storm uptime. Or we could go Blight Divine Protection if we could find one on one of my saves. Hey newbie, thanks for the 100 bits, I appreciate it. How are you? Armor-wise. Figuring out what we do armor-wise is interesting here. There's always Fusion. Fusion is ever-present. But we could go with... Fair Share would let Plague Storm do some mildly interesting things. Plate Mail would help restore the Veil, get some mileage. We're not really gonna have much in the way of companions. Thanks again, newbie. I mean, we could go with Turquoise Claw if we do opt for Graveborn, because then our Demi-Lich can just do that Frost debuff for us. That'd be mildly interesting. Binging Star Wars from the beginning again, just finished Revenge of the Sith and started Season 7 of Clone Wars. Very nice. I've been enjoying revisiting some Star Wars stuff as of late. You know, somewhat frequently I do rewatch that tail end of Season 7 of Clone Wars because it's fantastic. I've been enjoying doing some lore deep dive stuff surrounding Jedi Survivor. It's been cool. I maintain that Clone Wars is just an awesome series. One that Star Wars fans gleefully shat on when it first came out. Proof that people will just hate on the new thing. Now, sometimes it has merit, i.e., sequel trilogy not being fantastic, but sometimes it's reflexive. I don't love my armor options here. At least what I have. I might need to think of one to go farm. So I've been working for you after the patches. It's funny, patch 5 made it less stable for me. Like, I've had more crashes on patch 5 than I had on patch 4. That could just be coincidence. But the patches have been improving the game. Yes. If it had launched in the state that it was in for patch 4, I'd have been like, wow, this is clunky, but it would not have been to the point where I wanted to refund the game. So, it only took them 4.5 patches to get the game right. Yay. Hey, Jedi Monkey, how are you? Like Clone Wars thought early on, had trouble deciding if I wanted to be a funny kid show or have serious adult stories. Yeah, I think that was some weirdness from it being on Cartoon Network. Like, not Adult Swim, but Cartoon Network. It's like... And there's some aspects of Star Wars that they made directly lighter and softer. Like, they assigned comic relief to all of the droids. But then they were like, hey, what if the Jedi were assholes? Which, something, you know, some critical thinking, we're already like, hey, this is probably the case. But in the show, they really dive into it. Ads totally blocked your response? Of course they did. Of course they did. We got the Dahlia Filtios. I hate that I don't have control over that. Like, the way I have ads placed right now is I have the absolute minimum to turn off pre-rolls. Like, if I do less, then people have pre-rolls and mid-rolls. If I do more, then people just see more ads than they do me. What I'm saying is it's morally correct to run an ad blocker if you're into that. It's not like I make much money off those anyway. Yours are done? Okay, cool. So, what I was saying was, yeah, early on had trouble deciding if I wanted to be a funny kid show or have serious adult stories. I think that was a product of being on Cartoon Network. Like, not Adult Swim, but Cartoon Network. And there's some aspects where they really went lighter and softer, like, they assigned comic relief to just droids in general, particularly the B1 droids, but like droids in general. But then they're like, hey, what if the Jedi were just assholes? Which is something Star Wars fans have like mused over for a while, and especially in the context of the prequels, they're like, hang on, maybe they did bring this on themselves. And like in Clone Wars, they absolutely did. Okay, let's figure out the skill tree situation. Hey, David, thank you for taking care of Jedi Monkey, and Don, thank you for taking care of Newbie. I appreciate you both immensely. Thank you so much. Workers getting boned by the platform, who would imagine? Yeah, right? Like they get their ad revenue, I get annoyed viewers and a penny. So
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
let me fill out my blight tree first, I think. Did someone say ads? I guess we'll have the problem of the amped up thing, but oh well. Oh well. Spell damage, ability damage increased. So I guess Spell Shot is the natural second class here, because we can make worse curse into even more gun damage. Thanks to magic bullets. We can get some fire rate here too. Get mage armor. Yeah, I like where this is going. So the radius on the Plaguestorm augment doesn't currently work. As far as I'm aware, the poison debuff does, but I'm not primarily shooting poison guns, so I guess that would most notably affect Geist, which I don't really think needs the help. Ahsoka realizing the Jedi flaws what makes her one of my favorite characters. Absolutely. Ahsoka's a problem for the Jedi because she has a personality. Also because she still has a functioning sense of empathy in most cases. In some cases, you can see that she can choose to turn it off to be more Jedi-like or less Jedi-like. But you know, that's still very human. I was having this discussion the other day. What makes the Jedi interesting in certain Star Wars settings, hey Pragmatic, how are you? Is like they are so dogmatic that they have like they've gotten too cold. Like sure, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have the Sith who are just selfish and evil and impulsive. But then like the Jedi are so committed to not being attached to anything and to their so-called mindfulness, etc., that they just don't lift a finger to help people. They just don't truly care about the suffering of others. Like it's just they write it off very easily, and they go out of their way to not do good. Like those are the good guys. Meanwhile, people like Ahsoka are like, she sees someone in trouble, she'll go fucking help them, just without a second thought. That's why Ahsoka's better. There is a character in Jedi Survivor, who taunts the protagonist by mentioning that, after the Clone Wars, the Jedi aren't remembered for their peacekeeping; they're remembered for their brutality. They went to war. They were war generals, like, and it makes sense. There's another character in that game who points out that one of the reasons why the protagonist has some of the baggage he does is because he was a child soldier for the Jedi. Like yeah, Revan in Old Republic is a Jedi who wasn't a Sith right away, but he was like, "Hey, you're not doing anything to help people, so I'm gonna go kill these people who were pillaging their way across the galaxy to protect people." And then he started losing his shit, but you know, the initial impulse was to do good. Star Wars nerd stuff. We've been doing a lot of that lately, huh? So the reason why I'm not advancing the skill tree right now is I'm trying to figure out where the greatest value is. The crit chance from Frostbite isn't as good as it seems. The gun damage from Burn Offering would be fine, provided I end up using a body rune, but I don't think I'll be doing that. So I think what we end up with is Hex Machina for fire rate. I guess we can take Virulence for status chance duration. I guess we can take that first. Go from there. I have some Wraithmail points from armor, but I should spec that because I'm not sure if that'll remain the case. Then we take Restore the Veil. I don't think I go Spirit Swarm in this build because I want guns to be the main thing. DM in a Star Wars table, so nice. I maintain that KOTOR 2 is the best written Star Wars content ever made. Nice the Old Republic 2. It is peak. Peak. Nothing is close. Original novels no longer canon had a great arc about Han and Leia, Son of Sith Lord. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Legends Skywalker extended family shit. I'm gonna be honest. I think most of those characters were lame. There were like two that had mildly interesting points to them, but I think it was very fan fictiony and did more to be like, wait, that's how the Force works now, than even the sequel movies did. And the sequel movies were like criticized heavily for that. I'm like, but this thing you like did more of that. Like, not at you, but at the people who were like, oh, Legends is better. Like, I kind of agree with them throwing Legends in the trash and starting over. Like, it's not like they're not bringing in stuff from Legends that's good. Like, Thrawn has been canonized and has gotten a heavy focus, for example. One of the first things they recanonized was Darth Bane. Like, Yoda brought up Darth Bane in, like, 2015 in the Clone Wars before the Clone Wars got canceled. So it was a high priority for them. Mara Jade was badass. Mara Jade was interesting. You know, the same captain in Mando Season 3. Yeah, you noticed that too? Yeah. They should not make the Old Republic trash. Oh, yeah, the Old Republic era, I want them to keep bringing things back from that. I'm kind of worried they won't, because they've introduced this new era, the High Republic, which doesn't clash. Like, Old Republic is thousands of years before the movies, and then High Republic is only a couple hundred years. So they could still do both, but I'm worried they'll shift focus too much, because there's still some really cool Old Republic stuff they haven't brought back. Like, you could just make the KOTOR games canon. Maybe not the MMO. I don't know. The Old Republic MMO is basically KOTOR 3. But I haven't kept up with the plot stuff they've done with that in, like, the last 5 years. But, like, KOTOR 1 and 2, oof. Hey, Boom. How you doing? Jedi taking children at a really young age, giving them a deadly weapon as soon as they can hold it, and sending them at war so even have a relationship is very ironic. Are you sure they're the good guys? Oh, they're also the ones that tell you having feelings is bad. Like, they tell you having feelings is bad. No, you can't get attached to anyone or anything. They make... Here's the thing. In the prequels, Yoda has a lot of lines about how fear is bad, and fear leads to bad shit. And in the end, in some cases, yeah, fear did lead to some bad shit. But here's the thing. The Jedi were afraid of fear. And that's what got them all killed. So, like... I think we'll go just warming up. Get some good fire rate. Space Buddhists. Buddhists have empathy. Jedi don't. KOTOR 1 is good, but 2 is like, wow, yeah. KOTOR 2 is the GOAT. The only thing to fear is fear itself. Some old guy. Did some old guy from Hawaii say that? At some point, surely. I don't think I need mage armor here. Do I just go with glass cannon for the damage? Like, the idea here is that as soon as I've gotten to low HP, the Revenant, I'll just start going crazy. But I need to lower my HP, is the thing. Oh, I know how I'll do that. So this is where a second class Graveborn would be good, because I could start by clicking a Dire Sacrifice to lose my HP. Maybe we try that. Hang on. Idea. It's like I sacrifice 40% of current health. So if I have no HP regen anywhere, and this doesn't come back. So from there, I just switch to Plague Storm and go about my business. I like that. We're gonna do that. Another cool tidbit is we could go Graveborn Capstone with Wraithmail, and it's funny. Because casting a spell will give you back a huge chunk of your ward, and you get the healing from Sanguine. I want to avoid the healing from Sanguine Sacrament. Mortal Vessel would make my ward bar bigger because of the Deathless conversion if I was going that way. But I don't really want to use that, so it would be efficiency, which would help my ward stay full more. I think I can avoid that too. We're gonna go with Faithful Thralls. Hey Pat, thank you for the 28 months. That's a long time. Hope you have a nice day. I hope you do too. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
She's just a girl and she's on
The
fire.
only thing that fears you, now it's in my head.
I hope you have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Pat. Not taking Virulence is weird, but we'll see what happens. So... I guess Essence String? Or do I even go further in the Blight tree at this point? Dread Covenant puts me exactly to the threshold for Revenant, but it puts me to 75% instead of below 75, so I guess I still avoid Dread Covenant. Lord of Edges would give me some value here, but not much. I don't think I get much out of the Grave Tree period here. I think it's just for this Dire Sacrifice thing. I guess we get Hydras to pair with that. And this means we could go Brutal Stampede for our armor, take advantage of the Hydras and Thralls and stuff. Yeah, alright. I like where that's going. Go 1 Harvest, 4 Dark Pact, 3 Hydras. This would still leave us enough to get Spirit Swarm. Is that new pro? The Revenant? No, it's been in. Hey Pupty, how are you? Pupty, I was talking about this earlier. I think my stomach shit, literally, I think it's a gluten thing. And I'm feeling all sorts of ways about it. I think it's a gluten thing, because I was thinking about like what I've been eating and drinking lately, and there's no through lines for any of it. There's no consistency except gluten. So, a Sag. I guess Toxicity makes sense here, because we'd get the poison stacks up from Plague Storm itself. Harvest applying to Spirit Swarm's nice here. I might actually respec to get more points in Harvest. here's what we do. We go there. We go there. Grab that. I don't think I actually need Worst Curse. Because what does it help? I would rather just have the fire rate from Hex Machina or the status chance from Virulence. Okay, we'll do that. Sorry to hear that. I'd probably get very depressed if I found out I could not eat gluten. I love so many glutinous foods. Yeah, it's something I need to test, but oh, Jesus. Ugh. Try to eliminate gluten, see if it helps. There are tests can be done to eliminate celiac disease, which would be my first suggestion for you before you even stop eating gluten. Because it takes celiac disease test, you have to have been eating gluten for 2 weeks plus have it properly in your system, so it doesn't give false results. So I'd say continue eating, get a test done. Not having gluten is still hard for me, even 2 years later. Let's see. Thank you, Boo. Yeah, it's something I should probably look into. I'm not going to be able to devote the time to get any tests done or anything for the next couple weeks, so we'll see if it continues. But like, the weather's been nice, and I've been grilling food outside more recently. It's like that time of year, and it's kind of a ritualistic thing where I just like putting on Spotify and drinking a beer while I'm grilling shit. Yes, I lived around rednecks for a few years. Yes, I kept some of the habits. Shut up. But yeah, like ever since that, my stomach's been kind of fucked. Did some basic elimination stuff is good to at least see if you feel better. But I guess prepare yourself to have to eat it again for the sake of testing. IRL theory crafting. It's amazing.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin. He's right here. You're a Kevin. He's a good boy. Sorry I'm spending so long staring at this skill tree. It's just, this is a difficult class combo to work with, especially for non-dots. You don't get a lot of value out of Graveborn in combination with Blightcaller unless you're doing either Reaper of Bones or Spirit Swarm. So like, since I have the Spirit Swarm stuff here, I'm able to lean into that, but I'm avoiding the health stuff and the capstone and spells, so it's like the value for Graveborn stops at tier 3. Kind of wild. I guess I overspec Virulence for more dot consistency. Take the Plague Storm Augment because I have no reason not to. I take Stain of the Soul because I will likely end up using Frostburn here. Or Inflammation. Probably Inflammation. Use of Inflammation suggests that I want some spell damage, so Worst Curse. Do I go Worst Curse, Augment, leave Virulence at 4? Or 2 Worst Curse? I like that better. Someone mentioned the guys count towards thralls, you know if that's true. I've never heard of that, but it's easy enough to test. They shouldn't for any reason, but like, I can test that. Also, high scroll. Jake check. I don't know where Jake is right now. He's somewhere. Kind of build you working on? This is going to be a gun build that has Plague Storm and Spirit Swarm as supports. We're trying to build around the Revenant specifically, the Pearlescent SMG. What do rewards look like?
Now this is a look that makes a statement. It says,
Well, I'm not sure, but it says it loudly, and that's what counts.
A little more buffer. Yeah, okay. Those crack-a-lackin' gamers dabs, that better be a deep dab. You better have gone down to one knee and have your arms at like a approximately 73-degree angle. Better have heard both your knees crack. Well, I have a lot of deuces on this save for some reason. Took me years to realize I'm lactose intolerant. It's not a dab at that point, that's a duck. I don't know why that was so funny to me. We got Frostblight Collar. Gun handling is not a useful passive here. Do I have a better Frostblight Collar Theurge? I don't think I do. Might have to roll with it. Okay. We do have inflammation. Roll with the Dahlia, Fealty Oaths. Have any nice cream in yours? I could never. Fortunately, lactose-free ice cream is really good. Lactate brand goes hard. A bunch of other brands have it too. Tastes basically the same. So, Brutal Stampede like this. But I want, I guess, Blight Spore. Blight Spore so I can get extra points in Geist. You know, if Hexablade pulls your melee weapons crit stats, it does. Anything you do with damage source melee will check your melee weapons crit stats. The way it works is any crit bonus on your melee weapon above 100% is a positive multiplier. Anything below is a negative multiplier. And the crit chance on the card is added to your global base of 5% for melee. So let's say you had a Salt and Battery. What that actually is 100% extra crit damage and no additional crit chance above your base of 5. If you have an Omega Rush, then that's an additional 17% crit chance, so your base becomes 22 instead of 5, but you get that massive crit penalty of like 56%. Addicted to the new Zelda game? I think a lot of people are right now, Coombs. There's no way to help us. See, Vince gets it. I'm glad you're having a good time, though. Seriously, it's one of those things where, like, apparently there's some weird hater activity going on. It happens with everything new, and like I mentioned earlier, where there's some people who are like, oh yeah, it's shit, but like, I'm just glad to see it's a good game. Even though I'm not a Zelda fan, I have no intentions of ever playing it, really. There's never been a Zelda game I've personally played that I've cared for, and there's nothing that draws me in. But I'm glad it's a good game. And especially for Zelda fans who have to wait like 5 years between releases. I'm glad it's a good game. And you can acknowledge something as a good game even if you have no personal interest in it. Normalize that shit.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Mr. Bullet, thanks for taking care of Coombs. I appreciate it. I'm looking for a very specific Brutal Stampede, which high chance I don't have it in here, but considering my bank is what it is, I should look, at least. If you have a genuine milk allergy or something, can't have lactose-free things because they aren't dairy-free, only lactose-free. Oh, that's so pain. Damn, that's tragic. So pain. I can't even speak. I need more coffee. I'm processing all information so slowly right now.
My story begins much like any other.
My brain
mother was a
does not do the
and
work.
My father was the shadow of an anti-ghost, and I sprang forth from betwixt them, fully grown, a year and a day before they first met. I then studied a semester of theater before taking a gap year and changing my focus. Then a bunch of other stuff happened, and here I am.
Wonderland's Bank. It sucks going through this every time, but like, this does give my year and a half of hoarding in this game value. So we do it. Like, this skill roll, I guess a Grave Spore Stampede would also be good, because then we get extra Hydras, we get extra Thralls. That would also go hard. So we want Grave Spore or Blight Spore. I think Blight Spore is the one with Geist. Or isn't there a Spell Blight one that rolls that as well? Okay, yeah, Spore primary, Blight secondary. That makes it complicated. We want either Grave Spore, Spore Blight. Stick Drift is the root of all evil. Stick Drift was my nickname in high school. You'll live once, give me my milk. My schedule's already clear. Maybe you're processing too quickly since it'll all once you're short-circuiting. Could be that. Brain is simply too big. Blight Spell. Okay. So we got a few class combos that are relevant here. That's fine for now, I guess. Yeah, sure enough. Blight Spell. We have it on a Mosquito right now. And an Amnesia. Skills are Geist, just warming up. And Burnt Offering. Might be good enough to equip for right now. Let's see what happens. Enchants. Also this slot. With Echo Fatebreaker for now. So we're still in that situation where our enchants don't truly matter for a lot of builds. But there are some. Oh, I have no moon orbs. Okay, well, let's do a run. Get some moon orbs real quick. But there are some that still very much do matter. For example, the Plague Storm enchant is one we're really gonna want.
Whatever you're doing, it seems to be quite dead. So keep doing that. It was cool the way we sang it.
I need to be applying lightning dots. That's something I forgot to account for. Maybe that means we do go full battery over Deuces. Maybe. Very tough living in this situation. Because I'm trying to keep myself at below 75% HP without using a Deathless. But that means I don't get the buffer of the Deathless. So it's just kind of a worst of both worlds sort of scenario. And like now, my HP is too high, so I need to drop it again. It's a cool build concept though that I don't want to give up on. There's Freezeclease. frost resist. Actually use Plague Storm on you. Idea for a sword I think build could be fun. What's that? Just avoiding at all costs. I think as the years have gone by, intolerances have turned more into allergies. Not to say this is common to mess up immune system, mood. The real solution is to be able to avoid it, be able to live normally. So always alternatives could be nice. It's not the same as you can't always have food from XYZ restaurant like you used to. Yeah. It's a change in habit, change in routine. And sometimes that brings in new factors like availability of alternative foods, like gluten-free stuff. Is fucking expensive. Specialty food stores are not everywhere, physically. So I dire sacrifice to drop my HP. Let me not run Amnesia, because I feel like that is killing me. I can put this plate mail back on, see what happens.
My precious bullets are all gone!
Certainly moving fast with all this amped up. Oh yeah, is this one of the bosses that Plague Storm doesn't do the thing? No, it's doing the thing. It's very much doing the thing. That's nice.
Nothing but fizzles left. Sure, you would do.
So I guess the alternative action skill option here is I could go Reaper with like a triple brimming shield. And then that would let me
We make quite the deadly pair, don't we?
keep Reaper active for a long time. It's just I think it would out-heal the Revenant Threshold for a lot of time. Be hard to keep the Revenant bonus active. Hey, Chunky Rat, how are you? For the Banshee fight, you should set it 2 thralls out on your Hydra spawn. Spirit Swarm and Demi-Lich. There's those two. Now I'm at 4 from Hydras plus those two. It's definitely not Geist. I can tell you, whoever said Geist is counting towards Thralls, it's just making things up. Misjudging what's going on. I guess, but it's like... What reason do you have to believe that the guys are companions? At all? I guess Spirit? Maybe they're assuming it behaves more like Spirit Swarm? Hydras from that sigil variant count towards thralls, right? Make using Skeep a good play. You have a Hydra cap. A spell Hydra cap. I don't remember what it is offhand. But yes, you're right that the Hydras from that count individually, which means Frostburn is just great for thralls and stampede stuff because it is the only sigil spell that can roll multiple charges, and with each activation you get 3 companions. So you can just immediately activate a Frostburn twice, 6 companions in a shorter period of time than like any other spell can give you 6 companions.
Out of spell slots.
Will say it's very annoying to see that many Geists. Like, it's such a good skill, even being nerfed in Redux, that you just take it if you're shooting guns for damage. But like, I don't love visibly seeing my FPS drop when I'm able to target a crit spot with a multi-projectile gun. I definitely do not love that. Did I bug it out? Oh no, it just wasn't dead yet. And I guess the use of Soaked isn't helping my inflammation here. Using what I already had. What healed me? Oh, I picked up health vials. Yeah, it's such an awkward thing to... I think I might just try going Deathless with Spell Shot and see how that performs. Because it's very awkward to maintain this, this low HP threshold without a Deathless. Extremely awkward. I think it might not be worth it. So this run is still good to have done because we get, the Moon Orbs. Like, I grabbed health vials again. I need to switch back to Dire Sack. Bog Totems do count, Scroll. Yeah. So, Bog Totems count for the reason that they're not action skills. Like, for the same reason all the ASA enchants and stuff don't work, that's why. The way Bog Totem, the action skill, functions is it spawns a companion and then goes on cooldown. And that companion's still there. That's why action skill duration doesn't increase the duration of your totems, because they're not your action skill. They were just created by your action skill. And them not being your action skill is why they're an instance of ability damage that gets companion scaling and counts as a companion. They're more like Dark Hydras than anything else. Bog Totem is functionally just spawning a Dark Hydra of the element of your equipped gun. And what way did they nerf Geist? Just lower the damage. Increase the internal cooldown, but Geist has never had an internal cooldown. And it doesn't in the mod either. They just lowered the damage. Does it not have an internal cooldown? Because it just doesn't. I mean, what this means is that, yeah, you can get a lot of triggers from multi-projectile weapons or weapons that tick very fast, but proportionally that doesn't change the value. It just means some weapons don't get, like, fucked. And remember, this isn't short fuse. It's got a travel time, and often if you're already doing good damage with guns, that the enemy dies before it gets there. It's more like of a bossing thing, particularly bosses where the Geist will then go and also crit. Let's say you're shooting a times 25 shotgun. Sure, you could potentially get, with a corrupted plate mail, 50 Geist spawns at once, but like each of those individual Geists is kind of going to do no damage. Now, collectively, if all 50 of those hit the crit spot and crit, then yeah, boom. But also, they're more likely to damage your GPU than enemies. Isn't Geist 20% of vanilla? Doesn't seem like a large change. Yeah, it's not a large change. It's not a large change at all. Increase the damage by a bunch, add an internal cooldown just for the person, improving performance. Something I could probably get on board with. I don't want to use Plague Storm yet. I guess since this is drill, I can use the water to lower my health when I feel like I need to. Here. Oh, and I picked up health vials. Yeah, you gotta run Deathless with how this gun currently works. It's just way too awkward not to. I didn't plan that well.
You'll have to do better than that.
Yeah, we're in need of some more damage here. There's the easy out of Forbidden Spell, especially because that would apply to Plague Storm and Geists, so noticeable jump in damage, and because Revenant just has so many hits. Get a lot of mileage, particularly if we went and got more fire rate. This is also without enchantment support, and just with the gear I already had. So the fact that this is able to clear is still something. I'm gonna keep fiddling with this. And once again, I want to make this absolutely clear. This is a choice of gun issue. I'm building around the awkwardness of the Revenant, which even when the Revenant's operating at full capacity, it absolutely gets smacked by things like the Midnight Wisdom. This gun is just good on every build. This gun is acceptable if you build very hard into it. So I'm creating a lot of these problems for myself intentionally. This is not representative of how gun builds perform. This is me making bad choices and seeing how far I can take those bad choices before they become good choices. Only good method of implementing flat number bonus damage on landscapes that one anointment field through shields. I think flat number bonus damage can work fine. Like, Fusion does that, and sure, Fusion's overpowered because of the number of things it does. But Fusion is good. Body and Mind would be fine if the Face Puncher didn't exist. Or if the Face Puncher had, like, 2 projectiles. It's another flat damage thing. I do think the biggest offenders are, like, BL2 Amp. That's probably the biggest example of where flat damage can get silly. But, like, there's examples of flat damage being good. Like, BL2 Roid was the same thing, but just for melee, and it was fine. I'd much prefer BL2 Roid to BL3 Wonderlands Roid. Unaware of what Fusion does. When you have both a poison and a fire dot on an enemy, they combine and create a blue fire dot. And anytime you apply a blue fire dot, you have a 30% chance of getting an explosion that has its own base damage, regardless of how much damage those dots did. So you could, in fact, build around having, you know, the weakest dots in the world, 1 damage ticks, but taking at a consistency rate that gives you more fusion explosions, and it would be fully viable. It's like how you can shoot a level 1 face puncher and get a bunch of body and mind at full power. It's like how you can use a level 1 Sandhawk in BL2 with an odd level B shield and not lose any real power, etc., etc. Speaking of, there's fusion. Melee Greek player vastly prefer the percentage bonus of silence the voices over flat number of roid shields. Different folks, different strokes. Well, the thing is, in terms of conceptually how it works, like roid in this game, for example, a roid part on a shield, do I have any that have that right now? No. It's just 20% melee damage. That is not a 20% overall multiplier. It is 20% in the category that you're likely to already have like 200+%. It's very minor. Whereas roid being a flat value was like, hey, you really get rewarded for keeping this thing broken. Now, granted, it was harder to keep broken in earlier entries. Like, we literally have a skill that just does it for us on Spellshot in this game. But... And Krieg had a lot of exceptions to how melee systematically worked in that game as well, as Boom mentioned.
Now this is a look that makes us sick.
Similar to the Pandemicium, but actually worthwhile? Yes. One of the key differences from Pandemicium is that not only does it have that additional dot thing going on, the blue fire dots are also good if your dots are good, but it can self-spread similarly to how Pandemicium kind of can, I suppose. It can self-spread, but the explosions are spells. So we've been going back and forth on this. Retesting has occurred. The explosions from Fusion are entirely spells. So, like, they don't get spell radius, but they do double knot and get Stain of the Soul. That means they should blast gasp. But they get spell damage is the big thing. Whereas Pandemicium is just gear. It doesn't get any primary stat to increase it. And the difference of having that primary stat is big. Actual source of scaling, yeah. Like, Pandemicium just gets poison, global stuff, and splash. But, fusion, it gets fire instead of poison. It gets splash, it gets global stuff, but it also gets spell damage. Here's the enchant. While Plague Storm's active, all poison damage increased by 5% each second for 10 seconds. Afterwards, this effect lasts an additional 10 seconds. Now, I don't know if they fixed the issue in vanilla with this was actually 20% total. I've not tested, so, thanks someone else for testing. You have his own formula, didn't play well with roid shields. Something to that effect, yes. Krieg had a lot of attention put in for things that were specifically relevant to him. Like, they made him work differently in several ways under the hood. Real attention to detail on that character. Part of why he ended up so beloved. Like, in terms of thought put into character design, on one end of the spectrum you have Krieg, and then on the other you have the purple tree they gave to Flack. Ouch, you know I'm right. You are, and I hate you for it. Love you too, buddy. So I could run Mage Armor and Glass Cannon here. My natural regen's not something I really need to care about. And then I could get Imbued Weapon. But having Imbued Weapon makes me want to do fucking fusion stuff. But I want to do fusion stuff. Let's see where this goes. We could go with a Deathless with 3 points in Warcaster, and then that would mean anytime we get a kill, we get a full mag refill. Be fun for mobbing, I guess. Gluttony to lower your health and swap to Revenant. Oh, that's an option. Right. Gluttony would work. As long as we have Restore the Veil, we could absolutely use Gluttony for that. Good shout. Yeah, we definitely don't need Graveborn then. Okay. Okay. I like what you're cooking, Boom. I like what you're cooking. Do I have a Gluttony? I might need to get a Gluttony. Surely I have another save that has a Gluttony, right? We go searching for a Gluttony. You might have a Gluttony. You do. Cool. The useless information I remember. What else do we have over here? A couple of Deathless. Companion stuff. What was I doing on this save? Wild. An old save. Oh, hey, Frostburn. I needed that. Already diverting dark magic healing into your shields with that one blight skill. Yeah, that's largely the point of why we're using Blight Caller. Snow. Specifically to turn off dark magic healing to make the Revenant easier to use. Hey, J-Bridge. Now, you can either use Restore the Veil or Deathless or both. using Restore the Veil plus Gluttony, I think, will make it so I can justify not using Deathless, which is good because putting on Deathless in Wonderlands it's not like BL3 Deathless where it enables other damage options and you still get like your artifact prefix. You lose a lot to equip a Deathless in Wonderlands, and this remains true in Redux. So Gluttony will be huge for getting around that issue. What exactly does Revenant do? If you're below 75% health, it gets a 100% dark magic bonus element. And it's an 8 projectile cryo SMG. Sounds busted. Good one, Nightbot. It's not that good. Because it's difficult to maintain, and then even once you have that active, look at the weapons it competes with. Oh, 78 times 8 with a 100% dark magic bonus element, cool. Midnight Wisdom slaps with no requirements. Mulligan slaps with no requirements. Sword Explosion slaps with no requirements. White Rider slaps with no requirements. Riveter Masher slaps with no requirements. It's one of those things like, it sounds cool, it just doesn't have enough damage. But we're going to see exactly how damage deficient it is by maximizing it. Want this Skeet Prod. This is a 0.5 one. That's good because we can use that to get our spell weaving stacks up and for mage armor when we need it. Grab that Tyrant in case we need a bossing option. If everyone's okay. I'm doing okay, Sora. I hope you are too. Quag, chat, quag. Spell charge, double cooldown, spell charge duration. Grab that one. But if I'm not doing thralls, I might still end up doing stampede stuff though. That's the thing. I guess blight primary stampede is still the answer here. Which means Frostburn would still be relevant, but I'll just grab a couple other things just in case. Still need to figure out the spell slot here. Lovestruck Bow might even be an option, because Imbued Weapon, if I go that route, then I'm gonna want a spell of an element that's relevant to apply here. Frostburn's locked to Cryo. Now, even a Lightning Vigilant Sigil might be good here, despite only getting one charge, because then I could have Lightning applied for my Revenant, which would mean amped up. So, maybe. Maybe. I need some kind of lightning spell. Hey, Big Bog, how are you? Oh, Nightbot did the other command! It did the new one! Yeah, if you put hey in the chat, Nightbot goes shush. Oh, that's great. I'm open to ideas for more shitposty Nightbot commands. It's my latest obsession. I guess Twister goes kind of hard, huh? Hey, Gage. Got that idea while watching Gage's stream. Have a Hydra? Maybe. I don't see why I would have one, but if I have a Lightning Vigilant Sigil in here somewhere, that'd be big. This is Power Burst, by the way. It's a grenade in BL3. The red text is Keck W. Really? Yeah. Walking. We'll try the bow. Left stroke bow means I could do Barbalode. Let's get some more useful enchants here. Action skill active. Projectile speed on the ward would be good. That works too. I don't want that. Quag jiggle and the jiggle jiggle skin quag. Ah, what is the jiggle jiggle skin quag graph? Glizzy quag mad. That's it. You don't get it, quag caller. Give me it now, quag mad. No, you don't get it, quag caller. Oh, you're gonna make me scream loud as fuck, quag mad. Do it, motherfucker. Get louder. Do it, quag. Ah. Well said, Sora. I agree. Hope you aren't too jealous, Quag, but my Guardian rank is 69,420. Got it all in a few minutes of time as well. Kind of a gamer, no big deal. Based. Yeah. Setting your Guardian rank that high means it shouldn't really ever tick up. Like, I have regularly lowered my own Guardian rank just because I wanted to have fewer stats. So like mine isn't indicative of the entirety of my playtime, but currently, having gone a few thousand hours since the last time I reset it, my Guardian rank's in like the 1100s, and even at that point, I still pretty regularly get new tokens. So definitely setting it into the tens of thousands should stop you from getting levels too often. Okay, so we still have skill points. Go imbued weapon. I feel like maybe we skip Warcaster. I could still get Spirit Swarm right now. Do I have a reason to, though? I mean, do I have a reason not to is a better question. Do I get more value out of one slot, one kill? I don't think I do. that's optimal. So yeah, chucking a Gluttony once gets me into... well into Revenant territory. It's cool. Still enjoying the game, it's fun to play. I'm glad you're finding things to enjoy about the game. You know, it's not like it's not a flawed experience.
At last, another voice.
I'm glad you're finding things you can enjoy.
Magic bag! My mind goes like waves they break upon me.
How many bits is it for the bot to read stuff? I think I have it set to 500, Pupty. It's either 4 or 5. I want to say 5. So don't do that. Just tell me you want me to read something and I'll read it.
Out of spell slots.
Yeah, here's Midnight Wisdom just immediately doing way better than Revenant. Let me get myself back in Gluttony range. We could even shoot a Gluttony more effectively than... a Revenant, I think. Like, that's more damage. Same condition, I guess a little harder to fulfill the Gluttony's condition. But, like, more damage. A lot more. Reading TTS voice. Their voice is fucking awesome. Yeah, definitely have to create my own difficulty. The gunplay itself makes for a great experience. Yeah, when doing playthrough-based content, it's really a DIY difficulty thing. Until you get into the mayhem levels, it's like nothing really lives. I guess Krieg DLC bosses have a higher threshold of what amount of punishment they can take. The Krieg DLC bosses than the end boss of DLC 6 are tankier than other story content, but for the most part, you never really have to put thought into what you're doing. Which was an intentional design choice, you know, for casual players. I understand. It's not like Borderlands has ever tried to be challenging in story. And remember Lilith DLC? There's people who still struggle to do Hector, as simple as that fight is. So every once in a while they have had curveballs. Sponge Boss is not the slightest bit tanky. Stand by my previous point of the game being the easiest in the series until Mayhem Mode. Trying Mayhem 4, I was like, yeah, it's probably the easiest until Mayhem Mode. I think that's a byproduct of it doesn't have the whole, you go normal, TVHM, UVHM thing. It's like, hey, normal, and then Mayhem. I still think that's good game design, but it's definitely different. Sponge Boss and Boss Race, though, that's pain. That's true. You have far fewer tools to deal with Sponge Boss and Boss Race. How you doing, Scrun?
What? You multi-classes, dumbass?
We're gonna see if my hypothesis on this gun is correct. It helps. So yeah, Revenant just needs let me get myself back into range because I somehow healed out of it. This needs a little something. Just needs a little something. it performs a lot better with Forbidden Spell on, with Geist Skulls also critting. So I guess the way to use this gun is from the Shadows, Critical Ascension, so that your Geists are doing the thing, and you turn on buff, but like, you can do that with any other gun, and it'll slap harder as well. Yeah, that's the problems with Revenant right now. But, since we have a Gluttony, we can pivot a little bit. And just make it a Gluttony build.
Soon the grey mountain of toil shall feast.
Whopper, 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 Whopper. Junior, double, triple Whopper. Flame grilled taste with perfect toppers. I rule this day. Lettuce, mayo, pickle, ketchup. It's okay if I don't want that. Impossible, or bacon whop.
Bacon Whop. You would stop there, text-to-speech. You would stop at Bacon Whop. Had to go one step above Whop. Add the bacon. Get everything I've got for some bacon Whop. I think wars would be waged for bacon Whop. Based on human history, like, can you argue? Does it still sound like macaroni in a pot? Or does it sound like bacon in a skillet? That doesn't rhyme. Thank you for the 500 bits, Pub T. And for the new obsession. Bacon Whop is now my everything. Helen of Bacon Whop. Yes. Yo, we have really good amp uptime right now. If we equipped an Omega Rush, it would start doing the buggy thing, right? Curious enough. I think we transfer over the Omega Rush from that save. Just to see. Just to see. Like, the original joke I was gonna make from that text-to-speech was, you know, perfect topper, my nickname in high school, ha 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 ha. But then Bacon Whop just distracted me. I forgot I was even gonna make that joke.
Ready to fling some spells.
Yeah, Gluttony's just better. Gluttony is just better than Revenant. I'd say the reason for that is that, at least in vanilla, I don't know if they've changed the mechanics of this, the boost that Gluttony gives you is the old Magic Bullets thing, and now also the old Shaped Hourglass thing. It's that damage type. So it's a huge extra damage mult. Whereas Revenant gives you a bonus element, which bonus elements are also good, but it's a bonus element on this damage. So the low base damage matters. Whereas, instead of 78 times 8, Gluttony, this one anyway, is 591. I'm pretty sure you can get over 600. And Gluttony will keep you in range to use the effect as long as you have Restore the Veil. Your nickname in high school is Bacon Wop. Ever found any cool comps with +5 in BO3? Yeah, a bunch of the +5s are very valuable. In flak terms, if you find a friend bot with +5 Barbaric Yop, that goes incredibly hard. There's a purple comp called the Overdrive, and if you get 5 in Rage and Recover on that, it makes you one of the tankiest things in Borderlands history, because Rage and Recover, it's the healing skill very deep in Green Tree. It tells you it's missing health, it's max health. So, Rage and Recover at 10 out of 5 is so much healing per second that you can health gate off of basically that, plus your minor passive healing alone. But Rage and Recover is balanced out by the fact that it is only active for 3 seconds after a kill. One with 5 Fast and Furious, so I can run really fast. Most you can get in that department is 3. In most cases, Borderlands 3 class mods can't roll more than the number of you can normally invest into the skill. There are exceptions, but the most you can get in Fast and Furious is 3. You would also get equivalent move speed by having a 5 Barbaric Yop friend bot and then equipping a Jabber pet. But the class mods that roll Fast and Furious, there's a couple purples. The legendary one that gets it, the most notable legendary one that gets it, I suppose, is the Stack Bot. Got 5 in Anima for dots. It was crazy hard. Feel 3 again, sorry. Understandable. The point investment thing gets real cursed on some of the comms gauge. So you know how, like, I just said in most cases you can only get a number matching the investment? Well, the Moe's class mod from DLC 6 lets you get 4 points in a 1-pointer skill. So you can have 5 out of 1 in a skill. It gets really funny. Never seen a +5, and I don't know, it just sounds no need to. It's really cool. It's just the way class mods. This part is true of armors in Wonderlands as well, so I can talk about this here. You need to individually get the same roll 5 times. And the reason why that matters is because you have 5 slots, and then depending on the class combo, you'll have a different number of possibilities. So for most class mods, it chooses between 3 5-pointer skills. So you'll have to roll a 1 in 15, and then a 1 in 14, and then a 1 in 13, and then a 1 in 12, and then a 1 in 11. All consecutively. So that's the odds of getting a +5 for class mods that roll 3 5-pointers. So for a 94 Sham, I'm going to farm a +5 with all the passive rolls I want on it. Be way more unlikely than a 94 Sham. This is one of the things we talk about when 94 Sham's a good thing to bring into this conversation of item part variants, especially when it comes to class mods and armors and BL3 onwards. Like, 94 Sham is just your basic item, your basic specific parted item in BL3 and Wonderlands. It's just, if you want an item with the exact stats you want, good luck. Like that really cracked bounty hunter you got, that still isn't even technically perfect, is still close enough to it that, like, you saw in your chat, Gage, me and Honeybunner were kind of losing our shit. Gage got, on the first run, in the story, from the Dedi Source location, a bounty hunter with Hyperion crit, splash radius, and weapon damage. And we're just like, what the fuck is this? The skill rolls weren't even particularly good, but every skill on bounty hunter is good, so it's fine. But it was like 3 really good passives, not common. Those aren't perfect passes, but those are 3 really good ones. 0.000028, yeah. And that's just for the skills. Now, include passives in that. There are 70 different passive rolls you can have. So you'd have to roll a 1 in 70, then a 1 in 69, nice, then a 1 in 68. If you wanted 3 specific passes on top of that.
You didn't think I was empty, did you?
Do I need spell shot here? I'm trying to think, like, do I just go back to Spore? No, I like imbued weapon. I could go Burr for some conditional. I don't have conditional covered, but not Burr or Spore. Burr would let me have unarmored defense. Even a half reservation from pseudo reservation from Gluttony with unarmored defense, I would still be tankier. Just I would have less wards. Unlocking. Okay, that's good, Deathless. Truly have an amazing modding community. Content update for Redux. Yeah, they plan on maintaining this mod for a long time. Getting a trailer for the content update tomorrow. During the craziness farming a triple roll revolter. Yeah, that's one of those examples of a specific parted item that really disproves this whole idea that, you know, getting anything you want is easy in Borderlands 3. It's a lie that people told others or themselves to feel better for years. Now you see a lot of the creators who are actively making BL3 content. You got K6, you got Alec, you got Pascaroni, you got Scarlet, you got a ton of other people who regularly play BL3 as like their primary game, who are hopping on that farm and being like, yeah, this is shit. Got a double projected, immediately felt my soul leave my body, realizing you could probably get 3 of them at once. Yeah, and projected is a shield part that serves no purpose other than making your shield worse. BL3 Redux like this too, content updates, etc. Yeah, they updated it regularly. I didn't play much BL3 Redux. I played some of the early versions, and it wasn't to my taste at the time. And BL3 is a game where I really like vanilla BL3. There's very few things I would change in BL3. Wonderlands, I think, is more... I'm not going to say in need of Redux, but you get what I'm getting at. Wonderlands Redux is to my personal taste, so I've been following it the entirety of the time. But they share the approach of constant updates in the mod. Let's not forget the wonderful sound the projector shield makes. Oh yeah, Tom knows. I saw you you playing some the other day, Tom, and either this came up or you saw projected, and I had this thought as well. My short-term memory is failing me here. But if you slide with a projected shield on, you have to deal with it as well, because crouching is also included in sliding. So you can't slide, you can't crouch. If you ever have a projected shield and you're using a deathless artifact, any damage that goes around it instantly downs you. You can have projected... So, like, if you're trying to do, say, URAD builds with Firewall to get Firewall to do damage, it's something you literally can't do because damage goes through the Firewall and then instantly downs you because you have 1 HP. So, it's great. It's great. It's great, is the takeaway here. Just reads as if it gives you more shield. It should be something like on top of your normal shield, right? But no, it's just like, hey, what if we made your shield shit? That's all it does. I was convinced it was a bug. No, it is working exactly as it reads. No, there's tools in the game that they could have applied like from other shields to that. Like Manuel and Beskar give you true damage reduction. Manuel while the effect is active, and Beskar just while you have it equipped. So like, if projected shields gave you those to compensate, then sure, that would work. It wouldn't stop the, hey, you took 1 point of damage to your health bar, so now you're going down with Deathless issue. Wouldn't stop that, but it'd be something. So if I'm building around Gluttony, Spellshot seems tempting because the reload speed and the fire rate are cool. But do I get more value out of other classes? I get reload speed and fire rate from Berserker. Although the fire rate is a little too deep to actually benefit. I get the cryo bonus element all the time. I get the old ways for damage. I get Icebreaker for damage. I'm thinking Berserker is an upgrade here. Now, Unarmored Defense doesn't treat all ward things equally. Like, I believe the ones that it works favorably with are the Clawbringer stuff, the Spellshot stuff, and Harbinger. But then it works out negatively with the Blightcaller stuff, because the amped up, like, Cs that you have on Armored Defense, if I remember correctly. And it's like, it adjusts. So you still get the proportional same value instead of disproportionately having the effect doubled. Can anyone confirm that? Any recommendations for flak artifacts other than Pro? Remember Victory Rush Auto Idol maybe being good. Vic Rush and Auto Idol are fantastic, yeah. If you have DLC 6 and happen to get a Company Man of, you know, good stat rolls with relevant manufacturer, Company Man slaps. If you happen to be using corrosive damage, Flesh Melter prefix on a Victory Rush is like really competitive damage-wise. But other good prefixes are, you can get Spark Plug to do damage because you're flak. You can get Hot Drop to do damage because you're flak. Snowdrift good. Heli Projector, not really a flak friendly thing, but Toboggan from Arms Race is also good on appropriate weapons. But yeah, Auto Idol is really good survivability. Doesn't come for the raid boss? Yeah. You could also get it as a world drop in DLC 6 areas. The Company Man. So what are we thinking for our second class for the now Gluttony build? If we go Clawbringer, we can get extra ward capacity in tree, and that seems good. We'd also get Oath of Fire, but Oath of Fire would be undercut by Soaked, so questionable value. Berserker just provides a lot. Stabbo, while using Plague Storm and capping on Blight Tree, I don't think we get much value out of Stabbo, honestly. We'd have Exploit Their Weakness, Contagion, and then that's like it. Spore. We wouldn't be going super deep Spore. I don't think we could get to Freeload or play the angles. Or Headhunter. And those are the biggest things of value we'd be grabbing, other than just having gun damage. There's other ways to get gun damage. Graveborn doesn't provide much here. I think it's between Spellshot, Claw, and Burr. I'm most leaning towards Burr. Interesting thing. I've not messed around with this in a build before. The Hex Machina and Instinct combo is something that on paper has always made sense, because Instinct is the only swap speed boost in vanilla. Gunslinger is introduced in Redux as the other swap speed boost, but still, in Redux, to my knowledge, there's only 2 swap speed increases in the entire game. And Hex Machina is a skill in the tree of a character that does not have the swap speed. So it's always been difficult to get value out of that. But like, you combine these two, you could get 30% fire rate for 3 skill points on a swap. And then Burr has the swap speed. I need to not take Unyielding. I guess we take 5 Ancestral Frost here. I think Flawless Edge, I cut the value I get from it in half with Unarmored. So I'm unsure how much value that is, but like, I don't really have other access to global other than gear passives. So let's see where this goes. We would be applying Frost for Frostbite, but the melee damage isn't going to be useful to me. The crit chance is going to be very minor because guns. Gun damage has more value now that this tree doesn't give me any. But I'd rather just get it from my gear. Hey Felicia, how are you? What if we just went that far? Would I gain a lot from getting Iron Squall? I mean, we'd get area damage for the Chuck from Ancient Fury, but that's really it. We definitely don't want Blood Frenzy. Take Instinct. Next the old ways. Unarmored Relentless. And we could still get Spirit Swarm. I don't have a way of applying fire right now. I guess I would go back to running some sort of spell that could do that, despite Bogged Down, just for the gun damage, because Burn Offering is a lot of gun damage per point. I could really just put a point Burn Offering. But I think for now, let's take Virulence. Go Virulence Spirit Swarm. See how this skill tree configuration works out. This is super weird and experimental. I don't know how this is gonna go.
Now this is a look that makes
Yeah, the way ward effects are treated is not uniform in this game.
That's what counts.
Very curious. Let's grab that Omega Rush from my Ghostblade save. So we can have the Pearlescent bonus active without having to give up a ward or a gun slot. I just was reminded of Bacon Wop for no reason, and it spoke to me. It just makes me happy to think about the fact that we now have Bacon Wop in our lives. What? It's Puptee's fault. Hey, honey bunny, how are you? Chat, back me up. This is entirely Puptee's fault. Oh yeah, there's that stampede I was talking about. I guess I can put that away. Don't gauge how ASEs work. It's text-to-speech's fault? I guess it is. Text-to-speech interrupted the words bacon whopper as bacon whop, and it's my entire life now. You know, Fair Share with Geist and Plaguestorm could be interesting. That could maybe be fun. It was an ASE action skill end. ASE is what we refer to action skill end effects as. There's some annoyance and some other effects, but yeah, that's that. Is the grenade getting that stuff? Yeah, so it's those annoyance are the biggest representatives of like the flaws that people incorrectly blame the entire annoyance system for. There's some annoyance that are like really good in terms of enabling other builds and new playstyles and stuff that require thought. Stuff like URAD, which is you get a big radiation damage bonus element, global on all your shit, but you have to keep yourself below half health. So it changes how you build, how you gear, what situations you use it in. It's give and take. It's good. It's good. Terror Anoints are also an example. They act as set bonus effects with penalties if you don't go for the full set, but otherwise they're thematic and interesting effects that are hard to find elsewhere. Give and take. But then you have ASEs, which is hit button, get massive damage output, or big bonus element. And it's like, hang on, this isn't fun.
If I shuffle my feet, I'll probably at least kill a bug or something, right? Yeah. That's good.
So that's part of why Wonderland's Redux really cut down on the enchants, because a lot of them were just the ASE problem. It's something they're still working through. Barely limited power. Is meat in it or around it? Thank you for testing. Thinking about Insight Ring. Nah. I have to say there's so many notes in BO3 that required no thought. Just almost all of them are of the ASE variety. If you set those aside, the system itself is good and massively increases build diversity in interesting ways, but a lot of people just refuse to see past a certain chunk of them. Which, in their defense, it's kind of hard to see past. How much I like Terror, but dude, can we get more super interesting stuff like that, please? Terror is awesome, and honestly, it makes me happy to see that you like it as well, Gage, as someone who does not care for the game as much as I do. Like, you seeing that value is... because it's something that theory crafters like myself and Stone Swan and Lazy Data have been going on about for fucking years, but there's so many of the players who just don't think it's good. It's like, hang on, these effects are cracked. You just have to actually think and build, and they are representative of what the Annoyance system could be on a greater scale. Let's not throw the whole thing in the trash and make sure we never get stuff like that again. Hey Viper, how are you? You're gun build because you're good. Smooth. Guess I go with try to roll Plague Storm onto the Love Struck Bow. Viper ill sadly took the last 2 days off work to rest and medicine up. I will personally come kick its ass. Now, unfortunately, you're going to be taking the hits as well, but know that it's done with love. Such a good mechanic, you know, interactive, shoot an extra shot. Now, that one was dog shit, and they removed it from the game because they couldn't get it to work properly. That one was problematic. We don't talk about that one. They literally had to remove that one because they couldn't stop it from infinitely stacking. No. Theoretically, that one was cool. In a world where it worked properly, yeah, it could be interesting. Probably still too powerful. But if it was actually limited to one, it would have seen a lot of use. Like, that would definitely be in use for Hustler Eraser builds on Zane. For example. And I don't know if we can really justify increasing that build archetype's power. You want about Terror? Yeah. Fearmonger's a good example. It's a very decent gun by itself. You build into Terror, it's a monster. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's a good gun that simply gets better with Terror. Thematically appropriate. Figuring out my armor here. I would really like to boost Geist with my armor. I think that would go hard. But I'm a little lost with what to use in the meantime. Like, Stampede wouldn't go crazy right now, because our only companions are infrequently Love Struck Bow, and then we have Spirit Swarm. I guess Miasmic Mail would help that Spirit Swarm out. We could probably get Amnesia to be active with a reasonable uptime now. I guess let's run with this, see what happens. It's 3 extra points in Geist. Area damage. Maybe that won't be trash. Terror V1 and Cryo. Yeah. Yep, that's the Terror V1 that Viper's referring to, Honey Bunny. That is it. Oh yeah, so now the thing is happening. So if you have Amped Up and the Pearlescent intrinsic active, you just have like infinite shields. It's funny. So we are using that currently. But I would like to note that we already basically had that before. By constantly applying lightning bonus elements and having mage armor. So it's like, it's not different. It's fine. Copium. Having trouble seeing the boss through Spirit Swarm. Yeah, Divine Terror is awesome. Visually can endure the on-screen swirling. Yeah, that I'll agree with. It's something that I've learned to tune out. But like it just doesn't need to be that way. Like they could have just not made it visually obnoxious. It's got enough downsides. Could have been more subtle. I think the same is true of most visual effects in BL3 and Wonderlands, though. They get these really talented artists to create these really cool visual effects, and then they put those effects on things that are either triggering so frequently or that are always on that you can't stand to look at those anymore. For example, the Mantis Cannon VFX, awesome. They were like last year or year before, they were very proud of that on Twitter. And it's a cool VFX. But it happens like 5 times a second for the entirety of your time playing Zane, so you can never fucking see. If it happened like once per minute, cool, whatever, it's fine. Every time your shield breaks in this game, you do get a flash. It's not my favorite thing. Let me see if I can get it to happen. Yeah, they toned down the brightness of that flash a while back, but it's still annoying. Combine that with Terror and Bright Shot from Needle Gun, need to go lay down, right. And then you've got, you know, rad explosions and shield break effects and all sorts of silliness.
Their fate is in darker hands now.
Sentinel's active, Sentinel gains 100% life steal area affected by Terror. This is an annoying. Yes, it's actually a very interesting one. Because remember, that came out in a time before Zane could just have Sentinel, or not Sentinel, Salvation on forever. So what that meant was it was a survivability option where as long as your Sentinel was out, you could just live. As long as it was dealing damage faster than you were taking damage, you would be fine. And interestingly, no one fucking used that. For example, for Launch Mallow on Takedown, that would have been huge for survivability. But no one did it. Hey, Vander, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Really good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just talking about some things we liked and disliked about the terror system in good old Borderlands 3. How the fuck are you? I'm doing well. My internet is finally a little more stable. Every few days, my ISP decides to tell me to go fuck myself. But it seems a little more stable today. So I'm happy about that. Just vibing, doing some build stuff, you know me. Terror system, bring back terror projectiles. So we were talking about that. They couldn't stop it from infinitely stacking, so they had to take that one out of the game. If they had made it work, like, properly, it would have been probably still too strong, but at least not like completely game imploding levels of silliness. But yeah, Raiders, if you guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in games, particularly Borderlands 3, Wonderlands, and playing a lot of the Redux mod for Wonderlands. It's a good time if you haven't tried it out. But I play lots of games, and I just sit here and overthink skill trees and shit. That's my entire personality. Stack Vulture game crashes, win takedowns without trying, GG. Pretty much how it went. One of the funniest things about it is that the EchoCast extension could properly track how many extra projectiles you had. So we only really knew what was happening when one day on Lazy's stream he was shooting a Nighthawken and a viewer was like, hey, why does your Nighthawken have 11 projectiles? And everyone was like, what? This Quag, he is the most person ever. I'm the most person. Yes. I'm okay with that. I always do this. Ammo regen, because Osmo is the only one with that mechanic we want on everyone. Well, I mean, Zane has an ammo regen anoint. Zane has the biggest source of ammo regen in the game. On an anoint. Moze has 1/3 of the ammo regen of Zane. If you include her anoint for it, I guess she has 80% of the ammo regen of Zane. But yeah. Nighthawken, 11. Actually, liquid gold could be fun here. Another thing I could use that ring condition. It's while below 50% HP. That could be interesting. I definitely get the most out of Fury or Fealty Oaths here, especially because I'm switching to the mulligan. So I guess we roll rings, but... Phase and Gearbox made Zane really, really, really strong playable without needing to think or see or move or breathe. This is something that I'm sure Mopey is still cut up about, because Mopey is one of the people who, in early BL3 days, established the most popular way of playing Zane, and that was known as Bully Zane. It was this really interactive gunplay style of using Calm Cool Collected to maintain your barrier and your kill skills. So you had to keep killing. You had to rush to the next enemy, crit them, and kill them. You had to freeze them with Brain Freeze for Calm Cool Collected, then kill them to keep your damage. This is very interactive gameplay loop. Zane doesn't play like that anymore. Zane does not play like that anymore. It is periodically press your action skill button to turn every buff in your kit on. Shoot enemy. If you land bullet, get full heal. That's it. That's all he does. Every other Zane build is some variation of that, or you making an intentional choice to do something different for the memes. Zane went from the most complex character in terms of stuff you had to manage while playing him, to the least complex in the entire series. Fucking Salvador is more complex than Zane in terms of play. There are more things you have to keep track of as Salvador than as Zane. It is truly just free. Honestly, whoever decided lifesteal should scale with your damage, unlike in Wonderlands, have a talk with. Well, lifesteal inherently scales with your damage. The reason why lifesteal is fine in Wonderlands is because lifesteal isn't in Wonderlands at all. That's the thing. There is no lifesteal in this game. That's how it's balanced. The only balanced version of lifesteal is not having it. Dark magic health is not lifesteal. Dark magic orbs return a percentage of your health after you clear certain damage thresholds. You can increase the efficiency to give you more of your health and to hit those thresholds faster. You can do more damage to hit those thresholds faster. But at no point do you enter into a situation where, hey, you dealt 1,000,000 damage, you have 10% lifesteal, you get 100,000 HP back. In a game where players have 8,000. It's not lifesteal. It's a different thing. And this system is very effective, but it requires investment. It is not, I can't die as long as I'm able to shoot. It's better. There are healing methods in previous games that are also less destructive to the game and to the player's ability to activate their brain cells. Such as, Flak has that skill I mentioned earlier to gauge Rage and Recover, which is 3 seconds of massive HP regen, but only after you kill something. In this game, you have Body Rune, which is a percentage heal over time on kill, same concept. You have Auto Idol in BL3, which is a HP percentage return on kill. You have Moses Vampire, which is a percentage of your missing health on dealing damage with a grenade. You have passive healing on stuff like Nurse Maya and a lot of Amara's kit. There's lots of ways to do healing, and lifesteal is not an acceptable way. And like they knew this going into BL3, because on BL3 launch, Moxie weapons were severely toned down in both their individual power and how they worked. In the Mayhem 2.0 update, they literally changed the lifesteal formula, which made those weapons stronger. But even after that point, and then even after they went and buffed the crit and the hail by fucking 500%, even after that point, there's still limiters put in place. Like, for example, you don't heal from a dot tick while holding a Moxie weapon in BL3. But Zane has always on lifesteal from bullets for 6 skill points. Amara has always on lifesteal from bullets and grenades deep in her red tree. Mose has lifesteal from literally everything that deals damage, including dots, including hitting yourself while sprinting. You know, like, lifesteal's the problem. You could probably argue that dark magic exists because they recognize what lifesteal did to BL3. I think you could absolutely accurately make that argument. A lot of health files and such compared to the other games. Wonderlands has the most well fleshed out survivability system of any Lands game, in my opinion. Because you are heavily rewarded for getting your survivability through whichever means you choose to. Whether that's buffer tanking, whether that's healing from gear, whether that's leaning into the dark magic system, whether that's healing from your skill tree, whether that's movement and responding to enemy attacks. Survivability is at its most intuitive in this game. It's not like BL1 where it's, hey, carry a ton of health packs. It's not BL2 where it's, hey, carry weapon that makes you immortal while you're holding it. It's not BL3 where, hey, take this one skill point to be immortal. Redux fix, dark magic healing not working on spell melee. I don't know if they touched core dark magic stuff. It's a very esoteric thing. I don't know if they touched it. But it still works very well on guns and dots, so. I need a lightning spell that can dot well. Dark magic is much deeper mechanic than most survivability in the whole land series, and it's only one way to keep yourself alive. Yeah, it's only one of many ways, Cranberry. You're absolutely right. There's lots of cool survivability tech throughout these games. Flack and Axton lean into aggro manipulation. Maya leans into passive healing. Moze, to a degree, leans into passive healing. You know, Krieg and Gage and the Berserker and Wonderlands are buffer tanks. There's lots of cool ways to do survivability. Maya does have a straight-up lifesteal skill, though. Yeah, she does, as does Amara, but it doesn't change the fact that Amara has Samsara, which is one of the most well-designed survivability skills they've ever done. She still has it, it's just overshadowed. Even Zane has some cool, intuitive survivability stuff. Like we mentioned, having to play very aggressively to keep your barrier up through Comical Collected was a thing Zane was known for. But then they gave him always-on access to salvation. And people don't do that anymore. People don't do the bully Zane thing anymore, because there's no reason to. You do for style points, but it's just immediately overshadowed by spending 6 skill points in your blue tree. And every Zane build takes at least 6 skill points in blue tree. Dazzler Twister. I like the idea of Dazzler. I have a Twister on me. Let's grab a Dazzler. There it is. Every time I hear about a buff, I'm actually in shock. The numbers are so big. This gun wasn't working, so we suited a nuke into its barrel and powered with a fucking reactor. In fairness, in each game, Gearbox has a different number related to numbers being too big. Like, for example, why are BL2 cards in the fucking millions? Why does the number of everything have to go up to that degree? Enemy health, player damage, card damage, everything got crazy in that game. In BL3, percentage buffs on items just got ridiculous. Enemy health also got ridiculous. In Wonderlands, most things got less ridiculous number-wise, except player stats on gear remained BL3 levels of ridiculous, while everything else went down. So gear became its most important in this game. Which I don't really think is a good thing. Let's go Dazzler and want to do Hourglass. Do I have... I guess a Burr Hourglass works fine here, if I don't have a light one. Big number makes sense from a hey, we're gearboxing, we want this game to be chaotic standpoint, otherwise, I mean, World of Warcraft has done multiple stat squishes. Diablo has done number and stat squishes. Diablo 3. And like it's easier to balance around the smaller values. I think big number has been one of the biggest just problems in every landscape. At least every landscape starting with 2. So that's also how you get the BL3 playthrough difficulty problem, where you have to seek out your own difficulty, perhaps more than they intended, because it's actively difficult to find items that don't trivialize the game, because they're balanced around enemy health being 10,000% higher. So many skill points in BL2. Yeah, BL2 almost completely removes choice making in skill trees because too many level cap increases. In BL1 and TPS, you can literally cap all your trees. So that's way too many. Borderlands 3 stopped getting positive value out of skill tree increases past level 60. Speaking generally here, but level 72 caused more damage to build diversity than it did help. Common fallacy you'll see from Lands fans is, oh, level cap increase would help build diversity. No, it fucking doesn't. It does not. It's been demonstrably untrue. I hate that there's still people saying, there's people advocating for Redux to give level cap increases, for Wonderlands Redux. I'm like, no. Have we not learned? Have we not learned? For the last 14 years, level cap increases have always reduced builds. Why would we keep doing that? 14 years, chat. Like, that's not hyperbole. Literally 14 years of evidence. I guess no, I'm gonna switch weapons a lot. I need Plaguestorm over here. Maybe fire rate reload on the Gluttony itself. Yeah, that makes the most sense. All it does is bloat content, ruin build diversity. Build diversity is one of the most important parts of these games. Yeah. Build diversity is a huge cornerstone of what gets people to think about the game when they're not playing it. And the only way you get people back into your game once they played all the content is by making them think about it. There's lots of great games that I've really enjoyed, but because you don't have build crafting, I just don't think about them again. Once I've gotten everything I want narratively out of them, I just don't think about them anymore. Example, Sifu. Love that game. They did some post-launch stuff for that game. There's a Kevin. I love Sifu. I love the gameplay, I love the story, love the art style, love everything about it. There's no build crafting in that game. There's no reason for me to play it again. I don't really even think about it. So, like, it's demonstrably true. We have 14 years of evidence that giving level cap increases gets us closer to that point for Lands games. So why do people still keep asking for it? As if it's the opposite. Speaking from my personal experience during the BL3 life cycle, when they increased the level cap to 72, I had to consolidate builds in the FLAC community builds document. Some builds stopped existing. They just folded into each other because you could no longer justify them as separate builds. Because you made the same skill tree choices because you no longer had to choose between skills. That is not an increase in builds, that is a decrease. Leave a couple builds on my site that are only possible levels 72. In the end, it depends. It can open up builds until a point where it starts to squish builds together. Yeah, I led with generally for that reason. There are some skill point combinations that became possible. For example, level 72 helped out builds that involve Purple Tree. So, like, level 72 technically made Flax Purple Tree less shit because you can still get more of the good skill trees while having that. It's not entirely true, but if we were to make a generalization, if we're to round down to negative or up to positive, it was a net negative for builds at the time, existing builds at the time. And as you said, we always get to that point where if you do too many, They're all gone. For example, level 53, 57, 60 were just pretty much positive. We didn't lose anything by that point. Level 60 is significant because at level 60, that's where Zane builds stopped mattering. As at level 60 with Zane, this was pre-purple trees. Remember green tree on Zane, as soon as we got the invalidation of the bully playstyle, green tree no longer was really relevant for 99.9% of builds. So we ended up in the situation where an entire skill tree was worthless. So as soon as you capped both the other skill trees, your points didn't matter anymore. Level 60 was when that started being a thing. You got everything you cared for in red and blue, and you had like a couple points in green. Then level 65, you know, extra points you had no use for. For Flak, level 60 is when we started being able to take Frenzy with deep investment in the other two trees. So that's where Flak gun builds really stopped evolving. Level 60. Non-gun Flak builds benefited until 65 significantly, and then did get a little bit in 72 in terms of more options, especially if you're not going down to Megavore for non-gun stuff. But as a whole, it ended up folding a lot of alternate skill tree configurations for different builds into identical builds. Instead of like, hey, you swap these 5 points over here, these 5 points over here, because you can't get both. It's, hey, this is the skill tree you use for both of those builds. And that's what happens if you add too many skill points. It's good until it isn't, and we have never had a point where they have, in a lands game with level cap increases, we have never had a point where they stopped before it wasn't good. We've had Wonderlands where they didn't do it at all, and then we've had BL1 TPS where you cap all your trees. We have BL2 where you almost cap all your trees. And then you have BL3 where if you don't own purple trees, then it's equally as bad as the BL2 situation. If you do own purple trees, it's not as bad, but it's very close. Probably get upset by it because with BL2 Brad and literally 0, you can be playing as all the playstyles at the same time. Yeah, you make no choices anymore. There's like 2 skill tree configurations for Maya. There's 1 for 0, 1 for Salvador. Like, I am curious to hear what you guys think about this. This is like an open discussion. It's not just me ranting. I encourage input here. Hey Vocal, how are you? Stop ranting, it's scaring me. I'll do better, I'm sorry. I should have been rerolling enchants during that whole thing, but here we are. As a purple enjoyer hater, I appreciate the extra skill points making the skill tree less shit by proxy. Right, Flak Purple is one of those key examples where extra points only make that tree less shit because you can still get more of the other trees while taking it. On Amara, for example, because all of her trees have some sort of value, and there's a lot of viable combinations in like tree depth, like going deep blue and deep red and deep purple, or, you know, changing one of those for another, or going like a midpoint in all 4 trees. There's viable build combinations for a lot of different stuff there. But for example, Zane and Flak have a shit tree, so there's a point where they just stop getting anything good. Mo's builds are largely at a point where Iron Bear stopped getting anything. And then for gun builds, it's choosing whether you're deep purple or deep red, essentially. That's it. That's the only choices. Wonderlands ever get a level cap increase? No, which was a good choice. It's one of the things I really like about this game. Like, I say all the time, Wonderlands... It's good that Wonderlands is not a Borderlands game, as clearly defined by Gearbox, 2K, the literal name of the game, and their design philosophy. They made sure to not do some things that are associated with Borderlands games. One of those being level cap increases. And some of them worked to the game's detriment, some of them worked out positively. I think separating it into a separate IP was a good decision for testing shit, seeing, hey, what happens if we do this? Because imagine if they had, like, done some of the very experimental shit in this game in a numbered Borderlands title. That backlash would still be going right now. People would still be mad. Yet again, this game seems so perfect for theory crafting skill builders. It's great. It's just, it's got the problem of, for every polished thing, there's also an unpolished thing. I'm not going to say two, because it's not that overwhelming, but, like, for every cool thing, there's a half-baked idea. And there's just less game here. There's less content than other Lands games. That's an inescapable thing. Chaos Chamber, as a concept, is great and encompasses a lot of stuff within itself, but variety in content, it means a lot to a lot of people. So this game is all these cool build things and stuff, cool, but getting loot is hard, and if you want to do anything other than Chaos Chamber, there's not much to do. Like, I've been sitting here re-rolling Annoyance and Enchants for like 15 minutes while having this conversation. Still haven't gotten the one I want to pop up on my spell. And this is with Redux making re-rolling less painful. By having a smaller pool and a very capped cost. Some characters like Sal and Vanilla Zane suffered more from weak skill trees than having too many skill points IMO. It can be argued, yeah. Infamously, despite Krieg being well designed for, like in general, for raid bossing, Krieg's choices don't matter after like 7 skill points. You take like 7 specific skill points, and then it's just your gear. That's pretty much the same as a couple other scenarios I can think of. The previously dismissed enchants still circle back like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, there's no dupe protection, Tom. It's really annoying. Like, you can just roll the same enchant 5 times in a row. There's nothing stopping that from happening. At least it's not like BL3 where it changes the one you have. In this game, you can elect to keep the one you have. So you won't end up bouncing between the same 2. But you can still get the same one showing up endlessly. Hey, we finally got it. It only took 82 rolls? 82 rolls. Now, in vanilla, your reroll cost caps at 4,000, not at 100. And your Moon Orb cap is still 16,000. So you can at most reroll 4 times before having to go farm more Moon Orbs. I can't speak. Ugh. It's not ideal. Lack of build diversity in BL2 is not only a skill point issue, it's very much an endgame difficulty issue. OP10 does not allow much for diversity. Yeah, that's because OP10 did a massive increase to difficulty. Like, increased enemy levels is not just extra HP, it's extra damage reduction. And that alone is big. But the threshold of what you need to be able to do well in OP levels goes up to an insane degree. And BL2 did not get BL3's attention of making sure things are viable. They just left it to rot. They just introduced OP levels and then didn't buff shit. So you have the few things that are very good, and then the most of the game that doesn't fucking function for those difficulty levels. And again, it's one of those problems, like, which problem do you want to have? Do you want to have the BL3 problem, where guns are all memes in playthroughs? Or do you want to have the BL2 problem, where most items in the game are shit? It's not an easy position for Gearbox to be in. And I think having smaller numbers in general is how you get a middle ground there. Like, if you didn't have to buff things to compensate for 10 additional character levels or 10,000% enemy HP, then obviously you have more wiggle room.
Think you can make it?
Be cool with them getting rid of skill trees in favor of more fleshed out BL1 proficiency system, armor, or other gear having more of an impact on gameplay. Well, the thing with that pragmatic is that in Wonderlands, gear has the most impact on gameplay. To the point where your skill trees, outside of core interactions, are borderline worthless in this game. Like, things that are not of the caliber of, like, alchemical agent, contagion, you know, build-defining interactions, they just don't do shit in this game, in vanilla at least. Because who cares about a skill that gives you, 20% gun damage when you have rings that are giving you, like, 70% gun damage? Like, who cares? Per ring. Like, it just doesn't matter. So I don't know if I want gear to matter more. I want player choices in general to matter more. The proficiency system was good. I just don't think it's a replacement for anything else. I would love to have it on top of other systems. Maybe instead of myth rank. That would be a good replacement. Actual difficulty lands gains, not just the more health, more damage reduction. Well, here's the thing, though. Every time we do get that actual difficulty, there's pushback vocal. For example, in Wonderlands, enemies do more damage on higher chaos levels. You have the menu difficulty system of making you do less and enemies do more. Enemies doing more damage is an acceptable difficulty component. Like, this is a series with health gate and multiple survivability outlets, but that was not deemed acceptable to people. We have curses, which are elective ways of increasing difficulty. Not all of them are well designed. I'm not going to stand the curses and modifier system. Some of them are just shit, but some of them are interesting ways of getting more difficulty in, and you choose, well, this build can handle this, but not this one, so I'll take this one, etc., etc. And as Viper mentioned, enemies getting more HP is sometimes necessary for them to do their mechanics. A good example of this is in the Bounty and Blood DLC in Borderlands 3. Those bosses have very interesting mechanics, but none of them have HP in that DLC. You can kill all of them before they finish their dialogue on a new game, like with just gear you've picked up going through, and like, you don't see their mechanics at all. You don't have to interact with them at all. You just face roll. Giving them enough HP to do their mechanics makes sense. And we've had other ways of doing difficulty in terms of enemy design, such as in the Guardian Takedown, where you have to deal with environmental factors, but also much more aggressive enemies in general, and that wasn't well received either. So, like, what do we do? If making enemies attack faster, making them do their mechanics more, making them do more damage, making them tankier, if all of those aren't acceptable approaches for difficulty to the fandom, what do they do? Assumed it was obvious to have enough HP for mechanics to take place. You, as a gamer who has, good takes on things, yeah, of course it's obvious to you. But we're dealing with a fandom that has given significant pushback to literally any form of difficulty. Like, they always say, well, don't just make it more HP, but they don't like any of the other answers either. Even when they happen. Need for optionality with difficulty is so important. Everyone gets what they want. No one has to play another playthrough if they don't want to. It's perfect. Yeah. BL3 allowing the Mayhem system instead of having to do a TVHM playthrough was great. Mayhem had its own problems, though. They want to do randomized difficulty like Mayhem modifiers again, sure, go for it. Don't make it feel like it's required to do its rewards. I think Mayhem modifiers would work fine if it was more like, once again, plugging Hades. Hades has basically what works out like modifiers in the Pact of Punishment, but you select which ones you want. You select them. And then your difficulty changes accordingly. And, you know, to a point, your rewards change accordingly as well. Giving players agency over it is what makes the difficulty optional rather than random difficulty. Like, random difficulty has been pushed back against in gaming for a long time. For example, back in 2013, Diablo 3, they removed several abilities elites could roll with just because they would be random difficulty spikes that are so ridiculously hard to counter that they were unfun. They completely reworked how damage reflection on enemies worked. They removed the exact modifiers that BL3 used for, you know, the ones where, hey, this enemy is immune to this element and explodes in this one when it dies. Those were the exact ones that Blizzard removed from Diablo because players hated them. Literally one-to-one the same thing. And then 6 years later, they put it into a Borderlands game 6 months after that game came out. Hades doesn't just pick a modifier, it also lets you pick how intense that modifier is. Yeah, each one has thresholds. Some of them are only like on or off, understandably, but some of them are like, hey, this one makes enemies faster, this one makes enemies even faster. Players, don't give enemies more HP, give them more mechanics. Also players, no, not like that. Yeah. You watch Theorycraft are like, wow, you're gonna steamroll everything compared to most folks who don't. And that's why optional difficulty is good, because people who do pay great attention and take care of what they're doing in the game to succeed are naturally going to be able to handle those higher difficulties more consistently. But that's not going to be everyone, and you should never, ever, 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 ever balance a game around the most competent players. I say this as one of the more competent players of LANs games that I choose to play. You should never, ever, ever balance these games around me, or people like me. Never balance around me, around Lazy Data, around Moxie, around Stone Swan, around Ancient Rune. Don't ever do that shit. Because that just turns people off. And we had a mini event series where, you know, for fun, they tried balancing around that category of player, and one of their event bosses they had to nerf because the player base couldn't do it. The Theory Crafters could still one-shot it. True Hag of Fervor, when it was an event, was still being one-shot by the Theory Crafters, yet they had to nerf its HP because casual players could not kill it within 30 minutes. 30 minutes versus one shot. You can't ever balance around those people. You have to do optional difficulty. But therein lies the problem of what happens when the fandom rejects optional difficulty. Then the game ends up too easy, like Gage identified. Because if people don't want options, you can't pick game hard. You have to pick game easy. Say my favorite word again? Do it. Optional. Oh, such a good word. Hi, Jake. Jake, I'm fighting Laster. Can you give me a minute? Oh yeah, I don't have health gate. Laster can actually do stuff to me. killed something. Oh, I guess the ads followed me into the Plague Storm. That's neat. I mean, to get to choose difficulty? Disgusting. Yeah, believe it or not, Vanilla Wonderlands has 303 difficulty levels. And, Redux has 33 difficulty levels. Yet you still see people in both instances going to the highest one and complaining that they're not able to do it. And not blaming the choices they've made. Difficulty is optional. It is not like Borderlands 2 and TPS where you have to do higher difficulty to even achieve certain character levels. It is not like that at all. Where's extra 3 come from? 0. Being on non-chaos. You have relaxed, balanced, intense for 0 through 10, and then for 0 through 100.
Ready to fling some steps.
That was without applying any of my debuffs or anything, so I think that was actually decent. Playing the hardest option with the meme build, why can't I do True Guardian Takedown? Mechanics. True Guardian Takedown. Guardian Takedown as a whole had its HP gutted 5 days after the content was launched, and those same people have the same problems with it now in 2023 after years of power creep and community knowledge, because the issue was never the content. The issue was never the actual difficulty level, because that level of difficulty was appropriate and beloved by people who were willing to put in thought into their gameplay. It's a perspective thing. It's a hubris thing, I'll even call it. Is why should I have to treat this difficulty ladder as a ladder when I can just go to the top and no one can stop me from doing it? I couldn't possibly be the problem when it doesn't work out. Happens every time. Time for Borderlands to become a gacha game with autoplay so we can all complete everything. That's pretty much what save crypt farming is, vibes. It's playing a gacha game. The hunt is turning Borderlands into a gacha game for charity, which I think is pretty based. Oh, there's the damage. That Gluttony Daggerstorm does so much damage after Mulligan debuff. That's hilarious. How's the hunt like a gacha game? Because you were just routing how to optimize a series of coin flips. That's it. Coin flips. You play a gacha game, you know, if you remove the spending real money component, you are doing a series of coin flips. Removing the monetization component. In terms of what you do when playing the game and not, you know, credit card worrying, is you are optimizing a series of coin flips. That's all. I always think the monetization part, yeah, it's just one component. I mean, like, you can, in most gachas, earn ways of, like, oh, let me see what champion I got now. and you earned that in-game. Same thing as, hey, I went to this save quit farm that has this percentage to give me the drop. Did you give me the drop? No? Alright, let me go through this again. It's just that. Build around that one pearl, just turn into a Gluttony build? Yes, because Gluttony just does everything Revenant does, but better. It's from a stronger manufacturer. It enables its own gimmick. It does more damage. It has the reload. It's just better. Gotta get some rest now. Have a good day. Thank you for all the support, Mr. Bowling. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good one. Can't wait to drop Lilith SS Plus card. Yeah, I haven't been able to get that one. I think I gotta talk to her more. Imagine BO4, you go to fight a boss, a dialogue wheel comes up, you choose kill boss, and cutscene plays, rinse and repeat. I mean, well, this is a messy topic to get into, but let's talk about how the LANs community has always viewed how content could be improved. In almost all of those cases, the suggested improvements to the content are ways to not do the content. For example, suggested improvements to mirror bosses have been bypassing the mirror. Suggested changes to takedowns have been letting you skip to the end of the takedown. You know, if the improvement is to not do the thing, we have some other problems here. If to work within the existing loot system, the optimal solution to the player base is to remove the gameplay, doesn't that mean there's some underlying problem here?
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should.
A lot of Borderlands bias, I'm curious on your thoughts on this. How do you feel about reducing world drops in Borderlands 3 and fixing that with the Schluter? I think that was causing a problem, and then solving it by introducing another problem. Like, world drop rate didn't need to go down for endgame content. At all. And backpedaling on that by putting it behind a paywalled item is questionable. Got her on the same page? Yeah, like, creating a problem and then solving it with something you can sell was certainly a decision. And look at how that decision worked out. People who do want world drops to be given their own good place in the farming ecosystem absolutely fucking hate the Schluter because of its implementation, and because of the fact that it reminds them of a problem that didn't exist until they decided to make some changes, both for monetary reasons and to appease a section of the community that has no idea what it's talking about. But then the aforementioned people who have no idea what they're talking about, they also hate the item because it increases drop rates. So, like, everybody hates it. That Iridium artifact, which unhides Iridium piles, have been hidden prior to that. At least with that one, Vince, you can still physically interact with those, you just can't see them. You don't actually need that artifact, because the piles are still there. I know that's a little bit of a cope, it doesn't matter thing, but there it is. Couldn't they just, I don't know, raise the world drops back to what they were beforehand? They did not change course or pivot on most changes they've made in Borderlands 3's life cycle. Very few times, very rarely did they ever revert a change or counteract a change with an opposing change to the same item. For example, early in the game's life they gave the Hellwalker an 8% damage nerf to try to encourage people to use other items. Just 8%. In the same update where they solved the actual problem of Black being able to infinite ammo at any fire rate with Leave No Trace. But they still took a year and a half after that, a year, something like that, to give the Hellwalker a damage buff, at which point it had long since fallen behind compared to other things. So, like, there's a bunch of changes they never budged on. They changed a thing to work a way that was worse, and then just sat on it. And in terms of what I can remember off the top of my head, very rarely did they acknowledge any bugs before fixing them. I can think of 3 separate times. Now, that's just business. You know, that's just how it be. But it's, I feel it's relevant to this conversation. Admitting a miscalculation probably ain't good for business, even if it does generate goodwill with the community. Hey Seth, how you doing? Or when I tried to get the achievement for breaking 100 hidden iridium piles without owning the DLC, it broke 100 invisible iridium piles for nothing. You still didn't get the achievement? That's crazy. That's fucking wild. Just chilling. Good place to be. I think the most important thing the community needs to do is actually think before complaining, because unfortunately your bugs will clearly pander the loudest crowd and ruin their game. And I don't feel that, you know, on the one hand, you know, maybe don't listen, maybe have confidence in your internal people who, you know, it's their job to get that shit right. But on the other hand, I can't exactly dislike the fact that they want to please their fans, right? Like, if they make a decision that a portion of their fan base tells them they want, of course they're trying to please people. The problem is, sometimes the portion they end up listening to knows jack shit about what they're talking about, and that happened with the World Drop nerf. Feel about a voting system similar to what Cyrus has done. I fundamentally believe, as someone who, you know, gives a lot of opinions and likes understanding game mechanics and does make a lot of suggestions, I still believe you should not fucking listen to fans. Don't do it. Even ones who, you know, I'm not gonna say are more qualified. That wouldn't be the right tone to phrase that. I don't think this whole listen to fans to fix the game or hire fans thing, I don't think that leads anywhere good. I really don't. Hey Swin, how are you? Cat. Cat. You're energetic today. What's your name? This is Kevin. What are you doing, Kevin? And He's just out of frame, but Jake is on my bed, my other cat. The effective Feral Surge build. I have one I was messing around with. Casey. The thing with Feral Surge is it has a condition where it can perform very well, and that's the execute threshold that it has. I think if you're going to build around Feral Surge, the optimal way of using it is to use it just for that execute thing, because in terms of it doing damage on its own, it's just never really going to live up to expectations there. It's just not what it's good at. It's like, this action skill, Plague Storm. Plague Storm technically deals its own damage, but you're never going to have an efficient clear with that. So you need to do something else to pair with it. Some action skills are just like that. Now, at lower difficulties, you can get Feral Surge to kill on its own because the threshold of damage you need to do in general is lower. But by the time you get to the higher chaos levels, Feral Surge won't really kill on its own. Not anything relevant, anyway. And as a whole in this game, bossing is much harder than mobbing. And Feral Surge is innately a mobbing thing. But, to more directly answer the question, yes, I do have Feral Surge setups. It's just, they're not what I'd consider, hugely efficient. You can clear with them, but there's almost always a better option than Feral Surge. You use it for the style points, you know? Makes sense to trigger the initial buffs. That as well. You can use it for movement. It's pretty cool for that. Although, caveat, you know, with Redux mod, movement stuff in general is less required because of how much more you have available at a baseline level. So things like the lunge from my current melee weapon, not really something I'm keeping in mind. Things like the movement from Feral Surge, I don't know, it doesn't matter when you have a double jump and an air dash that take you the same distance without taking your action skill slot, you know? It's one of those unfortunate situations to be in. I think there's a couple things they could have done to make Feral Surge pop more. If it had been melee, it would have been straight up overpowered. If it had a second charge, then you'd have the option of using, like, one charge to engage, one charge to disengage, or one charge to engage and then weaken things, and then the second one to execute, and you'd still only have one left for your next engagement. Drink every time Quag says engage. Increase endgame and not playthrough drops. Yeah, what they did with that world drop nerf was... that Swin's referring to, is they lowered them at high mayhems and left them alone for playthroughs. So, like, playthroughs are where it was a problem. They did literally the reverse. But they got positive reinforcement from that change by people who, once again, and I cannot stress this enough, have no idea what they're talking about when they suggest things. There are a bunch of people that went on to say, like, hey, my playthrough feels so much better now that I'm not getting legendaries all the time. It's like, your drop rates didn't change. You just had a bad luck streak. Go check a vendor. Hey, Sosis? Let me know if I absolutely butchered that. Thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all that stuff. And thank you for the support. That's a good championship ring, I guess. Pick that up. Oh, that's a double roll of ability crit chance. Nice. I'm trying to think of how else to improve this. Fury or Fieltios, of course, would go crazy here. Kinda tempted to grab some. Let's see what saves have them. Cafe's crowded now. Glad I could catch a bit of lunch. Love your faces. Kick ass today. Thanks, Swin. Always good to see you. You kick ass as well. Need to find a save that has Fury or Fieltios on it. French word for sausage, even though it's written saucisse normally. You know, growing up, I spoke French because grandmother spoke French to me all the time, and she died young enough that I just forgot all of it. So every once in a while, if someone speaks French slowly enough to me, I can understand bits of it. But for the most part, I lost it. I should have known that. Hey, today I learned. Always like learning something new. Fealty oaths, right? That's what I'm here for. I have no short-term memory either. That's a brutal stampede. Not great rolls on it. That one has great rolls, though. Oh. I guess I'll put that away. We'll be in France soon. Now I can order breakfast. Ooh, nice. My cat is in the process of getting himself stuck in a paper bag. Oh, he figured out how to get out. He's a smart boy. You're a smart boy, Jake. You just go to Spain twice a year, I'd be almost fluent in Spanish, and today I can't say a word, know how it is. Yeah, you get it. Some good Shark's Veins here. I think I already have decent enough Shark's Veins. These have mag size. Huh. Inferior Fealty Oath. I would kind of prefer the crit chance ones. But I guess I can't be greedy. There's that crazy one we got last stream. It was the double roll the gun damage with the crit chance. It was absolutely silly. Oh, there's a gluttony with even more damage. Hi, Jake. It's a cat. You guys want this cat? Cat. Gonna lay down, probably take a nap, have a good stream, and keep lurking. I appreciate it, Seth. I hope you have some good sleep. I slept like shit last night, so you're on the clock. Get my portion of sleep for yourself as well, so that the collective pool of sleep is drained appropriately. I will be quizzing you later. Jake? I see you trying to jump onto my desk. Don't do it. This is the non-zoomy index on said cat. So Kevin is not very zoomy, although sometimes he will. Kevin likes to do the zoomies right after he shits. Which I don't know if that's the best or the worst time, but there it is. Jake will just kind of do it throughout the day, but he's usually pretty tame while I'm streaming. Just every other time of day, though. Usually while streaming, the most he'll do is constantly try to jump on my desk. And usually that's a sign that he's just hungry. So I should probably check his food. It's good air dry. I mean, we all do that, right? We have another host here. Keep forgetting. Hopefully they buff that as well. Build you're working on right now? I'm working on a gluttony build, using gluttony and plague storm. taking advantage of some amp effects. The fact that the Gluttony gets that huge damage multiplier when you're below half health, combining that with some Blight Collar stuff so that we're able to benefit from that without use of the Deathless armor. Gluttony Deathless is a popular combo, but I'm messing around with using that without Deathless. A common assertion with gun builds in the Redux mod for Wonderlands is a lot of people want to believe that gun builds aren't good. That's just not true. So I've been spending a lot of time on stream content just kind of showcasing all the different ways you can do gun builds to great effect. Some of the experiments have gone well, some haven't, but for the most part, I've just made a bunch of different gun builds that work pretty well. Oh yeah, he keeps jumping up here. And he's laying down immediately when he does it, which tells me he knows he's being annoying. He's just really fucking hungry. So let me get this cat some food. Hang on. I need to open the window too, it's really hot in here. 1 second. Here, I won't even go BRB. Cat, come here. Don't knock over the coffee. Yeah, other cat, I'm feeding you. You hear him? Don't trip me. I gotta grab more from downstairs, but like, you can eat that. Yes, you can see the bottom. I'll give you more in like, what time is it? What time is it, chat? I'll give you more in like an hour. Does he put you automatically below 50? Yes. But the problem with that normally is because Gluttony is dark magic, so yeah, it puts you below 50. But if any of that hits any enemies, you immediately heal above 50. So that's why people tend to go with the Deathless armor. But if you are a Blight Caller and you take the skill Restore the Veil, then dark magic goes to your wards instead of your health. So you can use that instead of a Deathless, which lets us take various armors for increasing our damage. This is not a double-rolled Furior either, Sag. But the crit damage should be substantial. We could definitely have better field heals here. Pulling the ones for my Lightning Bolt chucking build would be optimal. I just want to see how it does regardless.
You go on ahead. I'll swing in later to...
You need to try Blight? Fortunately, Blight Caller is also really good with gun builds in general. So, it works out. It's not like you're really trading a lot to do that. Because of a few interactions we've got going on, we do have functionally infinite amp shields right now, and that's pretty neat. Hey, we frozen. That's a better Dazzler for what I'm using it for right now, honestly. The extra status chance. Pick it up. For Connoisseur. Let's completely invalidate my damage testing. Just been toying with Spore Warden almost all the time since Redux came out. Yeah, Spore Redux tree is just... Or Redux Spore tree. I got that backwards. It's just so good. It does a lot to improve the class. I endlessly hate on Vanilla Spore because it's the class I was most excited for. It just has the most glaring flaws in its implementation. And Redux really goes a long way to get rid of those flaws. So they did a great job with that tree in particular. never played it in vanilla. It was the first character I made the month before the game came out. And I was very quickly disappointed. Better spore tree makes installing Redux very tempting. And it's not like mindless power creep better, it's thematically appropriate ways of making the tree better. Sorry to spell shot, quickly realized it was totally busted. Yeah, spell shot is one of those that I have a lot less distaste for spell shot as a class now after lots of balancing over the game's life. But for a long time, the way class balance worked out is you were playing spell shot or you were wrong. And I hate when build crafting games function like that, you know? There should never be a clear, this is better at absolutely everything class. Hey Rabbit, how are you? Oh yeah, I forgot to mulligan debuff. I'm good at video games. Too busy running my mouth to remember how to play. Yeah, debuffing with mulligan, then shooting the gluttony after applying the lightning dot with the dazzler. That's how we do this. I was playing some CSGO earlier, someone actually made a workshop map and made the game so fun to play. Oh, that's cool. Spellshot Stab are really insane in vanilla, changes skill tree, feels like a nice rebalancing since it doesn't nerf anything. There's a couple things that did get slight nerfs, but I think they were justified, and like, those things are still good. For example, Blight Caller's Geist in the Shell skill, Spellshot's Double Knot skill, those both did get nerfed, but justifiably, and they're still really central things to build around. Yeah, to your point, Stabo was insane in vanilla because of 5 skills and the action skills. But then in Redux, they made the rest of the tree actually good. And kept those things intact, so Redux Stabomancer is just now, like, too strong. Weird place to be in. But I particularly love the Redux changes to Clawbringer and Spore Warden. Clawbringer was always overhated, but the changes to it are definitely welcome even as someone who, you know, likes to point out the class wasn't as bad as people think it is. Claw and Spore definitely benefit the most from this mod in terms of being able to do more things with them. I think that's really cool. Oh yeah, if you hear that, that's Jake trying to cover his shits. He's never been good at that. I've had him since he was a kitten, so I feel like I failed. I feel like I should have just dropped one off in a litter box next to him and demonstrated, but I never did, so he never learned. Roguelite CSGO exists now with full custom card mods and enemies. That's cool. I like that. That's really cool. That's why he runs afterwards from Champ. No, it's Kevin that runs. Jake just savors it. Little psychopath he is. At least he's trying. True. Well, just shits next to her litter box. That's a power move. Spellshot class feat being so good and Stabo class feat vanilla being a low flat crit boost is just unforgivable. Yeah, it's... Spellshot class feat alone is more impactful than most skill trees in Wonderlands, just straight up. Like, you get a bigger number of a more applicable stat for absolutely zero investment on Spellshot than, like, most other things in the game. It's so wild. And then, of course, they didn't stop giving that class things. You have magic bullets making that spell damage also apply as gun damage. You have all the support for spellcasting build as an archetype. You've got great survivability options. You've got both action skills being good. Like, it's a class that just kind of has a lot and didn't need half of it. And if you compare other class feats, the class feat companions suck, all three of them. Wyvern has one attack that does relevant amounts of damage, but otherwise, now that Awe is very easy to keep up since they made any lightning and fire damage trigger it, not just things that are innately that, Wyvern is useless. Demi-Lich is most useful when it's sacrificing itself to refill your health, or when you're sacrificing it for a Tyrant's Truth armor. Mushroom's only purpose is to revive you, because its taunt isn't reliable, so it just revives you. Class feat companions suck. And then Stabo's class feat being so mid, that leaves the good class feats being Blightcaller, Berserker, Spellshot, and like, out of those, as good as Berserker's is, it's not competitive with the other two. In terms of overall game-wide impact, it's still really good, and I love grabbing it for builds, and there's absolutely some builds where it is more relevant, but again, speaking generally. Shroomi's other good qualities: good looks, smooth talker, snappy dresser. You get a good soundtrack from the Shroom's cheeks clapping as it runs to do its thing, so I suppose that's true. 50% companion attack speed and Demi-Lich fires can make it a bit more useful. It's not innate to the class feat. Yeah, and it's also still competing with other things. That's one of my favorite kinds of boosts. Like, making companions attack faster is a really interesting concept, and I think that could give them good value, but it's like, currently as it stands, it's giving a cool multiplier to something that does nothing. So, 50% more of nothing is still basically nothing, you know? I could use a Thunder Fury on this. That would help me apply that lightning dot. Let me grab that. I'm still kind of at a loss for what to do with my armor slot. What armor makes the most sense here, you know? Companion builds are underwhelming unless you do a Pixie Spellshot build. You just circle back to what you're saying. Exactly. The strongest companions are the ones that are not damage source companion. There's only 3 things that are damage source companion in the game. 3 things that benefit from, the companion crit chance, companion crit damage stats that trigger the joint training amulet, that apply the debuff from the claw armor, and that's just the class feats. And they suck. The best flavors of companions are the ones that are either only almost companions or are sort of companions, or that just get the companion damage stat. Things like pixies. Bog totems aren't great, but they're still way better than class feat companions. Snake stick hiders are awesome because they're melee, not because they're companions, because they're melee. And melee just does better in this game than companions do. It's a rough situation to be in. Strikes? Yeah, strikes are, they're just guns. They don't get companion scaling at all. They count towards your total number of companions you have, so Faithful Thralls, Brutal Stampede. But, they're just guns. They're just guns that act independently of you. And they are functionally better companions. that there, I kind of want to have fire rate reload speed over here. The AoE radius, what's that even applying to? My Gluttony chucks, my Nova radius, I guess. Gluttony shoots fast, so the projectile speed doesn't do much for me. I guess the projectile speed would affect my mulligan debuff projectiles. That could be useful. Do we know if that affects? No, it says gun projectile speed. That shouldn't affect like Geist or anything. I guess I don't need 15% fire rate. I just need to remember to switch, because I have a lot of incentives to switch weapons on this build. Maybe that's what I build into with my armor. I get more points in Instinct and Hex Machina. I don't know, Fusion. Gross. I don't know what armor to have here, though. Like, Amnesia gives me damage, but I don't want to use that. I don't have enough companions for Stampede to be of value. I could try standing still and doing Diamond Gauntlets shit. Doesn't seem particularly imaginative, though. I guess we're circling back to Fair Share being interesting, because Fair Share would change my Geists and the Plague Storm Rain into different elements. I could do that and change them into lightning, and then I wouldn't need a lightning spell anymore. Well, no, it would change them to dark magic, because I have a Gluttony equipped. I think that'd still be fine, though. I don't know. Heard Hourglass got a change. Is it not very noticeable? They changed it from the Gluttony effect type gun damage, you know, the old magic bullets. They changed it from that to regular gun damage. It's still very powerful, it's just not as powerful. Fair Share Mosquito. Mantle could have marginal cooldown for Plague Storm. Yeah, that's a good shout, Cranberry. Mosquito could be pretty decent here. I don't love this one that I have, other than the points in Geist. I'm specifically avoiding Fusion because I have so many Fusion builds right now. Just trying to do something interesting, you know? Amnesia's a frequent in Quack builds, yeah. You ever use Amnesia? I always feel there's a better option than hurting yourself. Amnesia's really good. It's just one of those things that you need to have enough survivability, and then ideally you need your primary source of damage to not be status, because status damage increases will increase the amount Amnesia hurts you, as well a couple other stats, but the reason why this is so good is because it gives you 20% movement speed while it's in effect, and then it looks at your total movement speed stat, and then applies that as global damage, which is a stat some classes have very limited access to. For example, Berserker, Spell Shot, Spore Warden, Clawbringer, all do not have access to that stat in their skill trees. And it looks at your stat total. It doesn't look at how fast you're moving. It looks at how much of the stat you have. So you get huge amounts of global damage just for taking a point of damage. It's really, really, really good. One of the most impactful armors on damage dealing in the entire game. It's got that downside of it lights you up. So sometimes that could be hard to counteract. And in some builds, it's not worth, but it gives you a lot of damage. You can do some cool things like Reaper of Bones will constantly trigger it, so you can always have Amnesia active without other things hitting you, because your own Reaper's doing it. Dire Sacrifice does the same thing. You can use it to help keep your ward broken without needing the Spell Shot talent for stuff like Cursed Wit, Agony, Last Gasp.
Enter if you dare.
And in particular, if you're a Berserker, you're just tanky enough where Amnesia turning on doesn't even really do anything to you. So you just take the damage and run, literally.
That's one more death.
You know, it was global. Do a red Hellion speed build with that now. Yeah, it would perform very well. It's especially nice because you can compare it directly to something like the Stabomancer's Swift Death skill, which is also global damage, but it looks at how fast you move. Red Hellion and Amnesia have it in common that they just look at your stat. And that's big, because it means you could just stand still and get the bonus, as long as you've taken the damage. Fair share would be good. Dark Magic Amulet. Is that good damage? I might have done too much damage, in fact. Characters. A meme. Don't we like memes? Want me some ads. Thank you. Berserker moment. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Deuces will turn the mulligan projectiles into cryo as well. I didn't even think about that. How does that do damage-wise? It's working out well so far. My weakness is too powerful. Yeah. Like, these skills are interesting. I want to look at this again. Hex Machina is 5% fire rate per point, and then doubles. So with 6 out of 3, that's 60% fire rate just for swapping around. Like, I could get an armor with 3 Hex Machina and 2 Instinct, and while enraged, 5 Instinct would be 100% swap speed. Like, that seems really good. Also, Dragon Lord only drops me plate mails on the saves where I don't want plate mails. I would really love if that armor had an alternate dedicated source, because just farming Dragon Lord sucks. Oh yeah, in regards to the hourglass thing, I suppose I should bring it up. The math is kind of murky when you are using a gluttony on whether the hourglass change was a buff or a nerf. J-Bridge. I think is kind of interesting. Because, like, it's now the kind of gun damage I have less of. Like, I have 100% of this kind. But then from my rings over here, you know, assuming no stuff is active, I have 40%. And then from my armor, I have 9% max, although I have no way of applying fire dots right now. So I have very little in the way of that kind of gun damage. So like this, giving that kind of gun damage is more impactful than it giving the one I already have a bunch of. That's such a specific thing that only applies to like Gluttony or one kind of Brutal Stampede. Can't see. Also, there's a plane going overhead. I apologize for the noise. Is that a helicopter? I think it's a helicopter. Oh, why did I just use that dazzler like it was a shock blast? I just reminded myself the shock blast exists. I should totally use that, right? Plague Storm looks so pretty. Waster's been buffed, right? Yeah, Waster got a big health buff in the last hotfix. He's no longer a meme in HP. He's still a meme mechanically. I still think that the constant nerfs to how much damage Waster does just really, really highlight how unwilling the Lands fandom is to dodge boss attacks. But he's no longer a complete joke in terms of how much damage you have to do. Hey son, how are you? Ooh, Working hour. That'd be a good test. Go in without Plague Storm. Out pretty well. And this is not a dot build, it just happens to have Spirit Swarm hanging out, providing support. If I'm being honest, Spirit Swarm's biggest asset here is that it's just, like, it can get me death saves while I'm down. It's not really doing too much more than that. Like, we could fully justify moving that skill point elsewhere, it's just I don't think I get more value anywhere else. Maybe if I was running an armor without area damage, the Ancient Fury point would become worth it. Maybe the Frost efficiency from Cold Snap would be worth it. But, like, nah. Ooh, double capacity Spirit Rune. Nice. Ancient Fury is a good skill. I never have a reason to take. In Redux, you have a lot more reason to take it, because The size of the area damage passive on armor has gone down, and the 2 enchants in vanilla, it's either 1 or 2, that give area damage are not present, so the literal only sources are this nerfed passive and Ancient Fury. You have a lot of reason to take it in the mod. Guess we'll hit armor. Max ward, max health, blank slate. At least that's visually appealing. And another blank slate. Alright, I gotta run the bathroom. BRB, 1 minute. Okay, me back. Let's continue. I'm enjoying min-maxing this build. Welcome to Quack Down Stereo. Hey, some old guy. How are you? We're doing gluttony shit. It's pretty fun. I was doing Revenant shit, but then the gluttony's just better. So we're doing gluttony shit. I want a Shock Blast, I think. We go farm Shock Blast. I don't need a fantastic roll or anything. I like it just because the cast speed and the uptime. Well, Dazzler has a much better application chance with a lot of hits. Like 62% chance on Dazzler is pretty good. Let me switch to this other Dazzler and reroll it. Surely this one won't take 82 rolls, right? Right? And I really do want that reload fire rate one. Maybe I don't need that one on my deuces. Put that there. That'll benefit all my guns. And switching weapons won't remove my movement speed that way. Yeah, I put fire rate here. Sidetracked during rerolling for a separate reroll. Pretty much sums up my attention span. And what's interesting about the Plague Storm enchant here is it's not giving me a lot of direct value. Hey, we got it. It's just helping the rain from Plague Storm and my Geists. But that's still more assistance than a lot of other enchants would give me. I suppose I'm currently weighing it against the, this one. Projectile speed, AoE radius. Like, I guess I could get rid of this cooldown rate one on my Omega Rush. And that might work out fine. We could try that. Well, I guess I'll put that there. And go back to rerolling this one. Be rolling. One of the things I like about the Redux enchant system is because you can get anything in any slot, it's a lot less painful than it could have been. That combined with the 100 reroll cost. It's a lot less painful to reroll in Redux than in vanilla, but you do, because the system is what it is and there's only so much modders can do, you do still end up in unfortunate situations. Hopefully, the next implementation of whatever system they have, be it Anoints, Enchants, or whatever comes next for Lands games, hopefully they combine the stuff that worked well from the BL3 version and the stuff that worked well from the Wonderlands version, and they leave the rest behind. Like, one good thing about the Wonderlands version is you could put enchants onto things that weren't enchanted. You couldn't do that in BL3. You also could choose to keep your current one without forcibly rerolling to another one. That's pretty cool. But like the BL3 one let you roll a lot more. You had no cap on that currency. The cost didn't go up each time you did it. It didn't have the UI issues that this one does. Both are flawed, but it goes hand in hand with that earlier conversation we had about how stuff like Terror Anoints in BL3 were so good that we shouldn't throw out the whole system just because a couple missteps over in the ASE Anoint department. You know, there's value to be had. Just requires fiddling. By far the most irritating thing in the game, in my view. What, the re-rolling process as a whole, Jaybridge? Or is it just the UI aspect? Re-rolling? Yeah, I hate it. Hey, how many rolls did that take? Only took 45 this time. Only 45. So, we got that now. Let's do one more run. I'm gonna hit the armor bunny on this run. If I don't get a fair share with, like, good stats, then I guess we go farm some fair shares. At least it's an easy farm.
Are you prepared?
Oh yeah. See what feature they got going right now.
Go on,
Reroll and scroll, very fun loop. Yeah, Tinker Axiom. Very fun. It's my favorite. Holy shit, stomach, you okay? That was a noise. There's a chance that this might be like a super extended or something based on the description. That would be pretty cool. Oh, we got 3 containers in the first room as well. Anyone trying to maximize their crystal yields in Redux, you hit these switches. They give you so much. They're buffed for the mod. They're good in vanilla, but they're buffed in the mod. I guess we do bark. Why not? Or is this the yellow one? Can I not see colors? Is that green or yellow? Yeah, that was green. Using deuces? Yes. Benefit from soaked. Love seeing deuces in use. It's such a cool item. The fact that it can be enchanted, finally, huge W. Any ammo alters? No, that's fine. I'll pick up one later. Rust and magic, yes please. Just goes back to, think, imitating D3 but worse. Yep. Borderlands got its start by imitating Diablo, Lands as a whole, and get out of some of its current issues by imitating a modern Diablo. Now, there are some areas where I don't want them to do that, for example, the online stuff, but in terms of, like, approach to itemization, absolutely. I don't remember the container locations on this map. Is there one, like, here? One, like, under the boat over here, right? Yeah, I don't fucking remember the ones on this map. There's one here. Yes, on all three? Oh, I got them right? Cool. Build's feeling pretty good. Once again, we ended up doing Furior. This goes back to Furior being cracked, I guess. But it feels good. Quag cheating, he's playing the video game. How dare he? Next time you see that Quag guy, Honey Bunny, tell him that I need to give him a piece of my mind. One like over here ish. Oh, yeah, this one's active. Where the fuck is it? Like under some stairs or some dumb shit. By a light. Over here. I used to have so many of these memorized. I no longer do. I can tell this one's active because like thing. Oh, hey, one of those symbols. What other locations do I know? There's one here. Knew that one. In base game, guns don't feel as bad as people say. They're just a noticeable tier below melee spells dots, but like not bad. And guns are stronger in Redux than in vanilla. Stronger. Not weaker, stronger. So, yeah. Rocks? Rocks. Favorite weapon manufacturer in this game? Ooh, that's a good question. Chat constantly fucking roasts me because in these games I can never help myself from using Hyperius or Hyperion, depending on the game, shotguns. I use so much Hyperius shit in general. Rocks. Ah, rocks. Thank you. So, like, maybe that. But in terms of when I'm actually doing stuff focused around guns in this game, I love Furior. I absolutely hate pixies. I do not use pixies, because I think they're pretty dumb balance-wise. But I really love the lightning bolt chucks. Chain lightning chucks are so underrated and so good. I use a lot of those. I use the gluttony a lot. You know, I just find myself using the manufacturer often. Yeah, apparently Furior. Want some hot buns? Are they yours, Ken? Did you make them yourself? Like, look at this gun just slaying out. And this captures one of the playstyles I really enjoyed in BL3, which was reducing my health for more damage. And look at that, I'm doing that again. I think I only know one of the crystal locations, and it's not here. Well, here's the second one. I thought the third one was in the cave on the other side. But I could be incompetent. Alright, let's move on. Based on how I've only seen one raid symbol thing, this is a boss now, I think this is a super extended. Okay.
A wicked wind. Ooh, my spell slots are all tingly.
Yo, imagine if Waster could hit you. I'd probably be in trouble. Show you super extended. Okay. Is it out yet? Points at Soccer's dog. God damn! I had trouble with that enemy because frost resists, making my gluttony not do damage. Build problems. I remember this one. I know there's one that's not over there. Where's the other one? Not explaining how elemental increases and bonus elements interact. So they don't, like, double dip. It's weird, it's cursed. How do I explain that in short form? The elemental resist of the primary thing still matters the most, because that influences damage the most. But it still matters on the bonus element. You don't want Shower to swap to? Yeah, I have one. I just gotta roll the anoint on it. Yeah, I have a couple. I need a full battery here as well, I think. Full battery would give me the option to not use a shock spell. But it'd be a lot less amp, is the thing. It'd just be a lot less overall damage. Elemental increases boost elemental damage of all sorts, including bonus elements. Yeah.
Someone tell me they're keeping count. I've got the juice.
Oh yeah, this is totally the super extended. Sorry, the soccer's dong run. Double Dip's kinda... I mean... with a series of asterisks next to it, I guess. It's not actual double dipping, because we do have instances of when a bonus element double dips and it's cursed. It's like certain elements copying damage sources going through ties that bind on Amara, and then like double knot. Those are double dipping bonus elements, but that's not what the other ones do. They don't double dip. Like, Revolter going through ties that bind is weird cursed double dipping shit. Double knot in its existence is weird cursed double dipping shit. Other bonus elements don't do that. If my base damage is dark magic, I have 20% bonus dark magic damage. Does my myth rank percent increase to dark magic increase both? Yes. Third one not there? Okay. Cool. Play mail some goofy interactions, that's not bonus. It is bonus, actually. The way plate mail works is it chops off part of your damage and makes it a bonus element, a dark magic bonus element. So, yeah, it is. Plate mail and fair share work by converting a portion of your damage into a bonus element of the appropriate element. That's why fair share boosts the converted portion to account for the fact that bonus elements don't get splash. So if you're like shooting a rocket launcher, or if you're using an area damage scaling action skill in this case, the fair share portion doesn't get area damage. So like it being boosted counteracts that. It's a conversion and a bonus, but in that instance the word bonus isn't intuitive, right? More of a damage type description, and then it gives you more information than like... You have to distinguish it visually from increases to existing damage. Right, stuff like, you know, this dark magic damage roll here. How do you visually distinguish that from a dark magic bonus element? It's tough to do, and they don't always do a good job of doing that. This is one of the many things I like to point to when people are like, man, I wish item cards had better descriptions. It's like, I'm sure they do too, but there's some issues that they simply don't have space on item cards to explain exactly how things work. Like, how are they going to explain plate mail on the card any more accurately than they already have? I don't really think they can. Elemental increase gets applied on hit to both at the same time. And that's necessary to ensure that we don't get the double dipping that we were talking about. The short explanation is the reason why theory crafters get all weird around double knot and revolter and Buffmeister is they do shit that other bonus elements are specifically prevented from doing. So they're terrifying. Normally, bonus elements are just kind of fine. They have enough restrictions put in place. It's like, whatever. Playmail does some things I can't imagine are intended. I don't know how confidently I would say that it counting as an extra instance of damage is intended. But it certainly is what gives the armor its use cases, so I wouldn't want that to change. Like, if it was just the damage conversion without the extra on-hit check, it just wouldn't be nearly as good. Be pretty mid, right. It'd just be a good healing option and a way of making your non-Ellie stuff able to apply dots. Pretty much it. Probably not intended, just a byproduct of the way it needs to work. Yeah, I can't imagine how else they would implement that. Because it's a partial thing, they can't do, like, the Deuces method, which is a full thing.
Get prepared to return to the soil.
Obligatory, I'll show you a partial thing, and I'll show you a full thing. Only a 3-day ban. Hey, in a week, I'll be off for like 4 or 5 days. So, I don't know. See what happens in a week. You know, now that I've listened to it, I think Jay Adriani's right in that this character's voice is weirdly cursed. Just hadn't noticed. A lot of things on surface level you think perform pretty similarly don't at all. Charleston versus Alchemical Agent. Well, Alchemical Agent being a dot makes me want to... Oh, I missed the blue one somewhere. Oh well. No maker, I guess. That's fine. Like, it being a dot makes me want to think of it differently, but there's definitely some stuff that's not indicated. Like, Bad Egg versus Shark Lesson is one that I'll bring up. Bad Egg gives you a Dark Magic bonus element on your melee damage when its effect is active. Shark Lesson only applies to your melee swing. Neither one of them indicates this. Can't tell if I blew myself up or if I took an attack I shouldn't have. It is very hard to tell sometimes. Oh well. Cool. So your base damage is element X and it's boosted. Your bonus element is Y and it's not boosted. The bonus element is the pre-element bonus number. Yes. My brain isn't frazzled. Yes, cool. Bonus elements are very hard to understand, and even as someone who spent a lot of time in this shit, I very frequently forget exactly how they work. Shit's complicated. The easiest thing to keep track of is which ones don't work as the others do. Whether because of external or internal factors. The easiest examples are the ones that are inheriting damage source in BL3. URAD, Revolter, Manowell. Specifically when applied to certain Amara stuff, and then you have, in this game, Buffmeister Double Knot are fucking weird. For different reasons in those two cases.
I've got the juice.
And Deuce's amped mulligan alt fire shots look so cool. I'm almost out of ammo. Deal Shark Lesson. Shark Lesson only applies to your melee swings. It never indicates this anywhere, and Bad Egg is worded very similarly, but applies to more than just swings. For some reason, they're different. Yeah, I deserve that hit. Oh, that was I was paying attention. I was punished. Oh no, you're a Dark Splitter. I can't kill you. Huh, we have a problem here. Oh, there's ammo. Oh, I hit myself. Where'd you go? Right there.
That one's got my attention. Recharge. Enemy is especially fine.
Miss. Intense fight. Fucking love the Barkenstein fight so much. W game design. Spirit Swarm, do you have enough in you to kill? I feel like you don't. Maybe. 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 It might.
Don't let this one out of your sight.
There we go. Oh, I still need ammo though, shit. Oh wait, no, we just did two. Okay. No, we're good. We're good. For lessons really mediocre. It's a lot less good than you'd think it would be. It sounds really good. It's just it's outclassed and it's a weaker kind of bonus element. Another example, your base element, your bonus element both have independent elemental matchups that don't affect each other. It's another calc that happens at once, so to everything on hit, there's double dipping exceptions, as Quag mentioned, but those are just that, exceptions, right? As a rule, they're independent of each other. They're independent formula calculations, which is the best way of explaining. Which is both similar and diametrically opposed to how double dipping works. Double dipping works the way it does because it looks at a post-formula calc and then does another formula, whereas bonus elements are a separate calculation alongside. In practice, bonus elements hit for basically nothing. Yeah, and it's a rotating element out of your control. It's got a lot of downsides. Order of operations. Beneficial to your regular melee swings if you have non-melee bonuses elsewhere. Replace a melee ring with it. Depends on your build's formula. It can be good, especially for, like, if you really wanted Omega Rush swinging to be good. I could see Shark Lesson being relevant there because it would give you a bonus element of something other than dark magic a lot of the time. So you'd be dealing other elements of damage. One of the bigger downsides of the Omega Rush is you're just doing the element that matters least. Morning, Etrigan. How you doing? But it could get messy if you're like... Let's say you have Soaked applied. Well, two of the elements Shark Lesson can do don't care about Soaked at all. Two of them benefit, one of them gets nerfed, and it's this whole ball of inconsistency, and you don't have a visual way of seeing what element your Shark Lesson is on unless you look at the damage numbers being dealt. And good luck deciphering damage numbers in these games. That's it, rings. It's a good haul. Shock Omega Rush would go hard. Give me Shock Omega Rush. Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing... Like, there's a pile of issues with that item. The biggest thing hindering it right now, in my opinion, is the crit damage. That crit damage penalty is massive. It just makes it do joke amounts of damage. Like, I would accept the base damage being cut in half for the crit damage just being put to neutral. And that would make the gun, or not the gun, the weapon perform better overall. But independently of that problem, you have the element problem, you have the no-hilt mod problem. It's got a few things going on. Let's go over farm a couple fair shares. I know I've been live for 4 hours, 40 minutes, but I'm still feeling motivated. Make up for short stream yesterday. Oh yeah, I haven't been to this map on this character yet. Shit. Well, guess we're unlocking it. %? Yeah. And that might not sound like a big deal, but keep in mind, some melee weapons in vanilla are just completely not worth using because of their bad crit multipliers. And none of those go below like 84. Oh yeah, I can sprint. I should sprint. It's way too undertuned. I understand that they picked one stat to be bad on it because it's got fantastic swing speed. It's got a good base damage. And it's got a good crit chance. So they picked something to be bad, but like it didn't need to be that bad. It'd be like if Salt and Battery, to balance out its massive crit damage, instead of giving you no additional crit chance, which is what 100% on the card would be for crit damage, it's like if Salt and Battery gave you negative 4% base crit chance. That's basically how it works out. Except that doesn't even reduce your damage. reduction of crit chance is just reduction of consistency. Reduction of crit damage is just you do less damage. And that's not ideal. Like, if you equipped an Omega Rush on a Storm Dragon's Judgment build, you would be nerfing yourself more than using a random white item. Honestly, really bad. Shame because it's super cool. It is super cool. And I think it just happens to be one of those unfortunate items that it's a bunch of concepts that we don't really have the, in Wonderland's vanilla, we don't have too many examples of those problems that got a lot of player-based attention. Like, the whole melee weapon crit damage thing, that's a super niche theory crafting thing that we only really started meaningfully diving into when Spellblade was nerfed. So that was several months after a lot of people put down the game, and it was something that only was really explored by people who were messing with melee builds at that time. Very small crowd of people are truly aware of that problem. And then the element thing, people really like the idea of dark magic because dark magic is a well-designed element, feels cool to use, sounds good on paper, but in terms of damage dealing, if you are locked into an element, dark magic is the worst element to be locked into of the elements. We're not including non-elemental here. Like, Gluttony is not good because it's locked into dark magic. Gluttony is good in spite of being locked into dark magic. Same with Ruby Spite. So those two issues on one item. And then hilt mods being very impactful, that's another thing that you're not likely to have much of a concept of unless you've spent a lot of time doing melee stuff with hilt mods. So 3 layers of not widely known problems. And, because the hits keep coming, the 4th problem is the fact that the lunge it gives is mostly irrelevant, because we have double jump and air dash innately on every character. Like, it's faster to just jump and dash once.
Or worse, decides to drown the entire world. Head to Solis's eternal...
And because you're likely jumping and dashing everywhere, and the lunge only works while you're on the ground, you know,
Walking is for peasants, so I'll meet you there. You know, there's actually a prophecy about all this. It says the first seal will be broken by a bumbling, foolhardy boob. That's you, by the way.
I'm getting the sense this guy isn't very nice.
do I have to do this? Can I just...
So what's got Cranky Pants all cranky anyway?
Some people are just mean.
Tell me your name again, stranger.
Garrett of Trivia? The most famous and prolific monster slayer in all the land. Thousands of abominations dead by my hand.
No, not this way.
Come on, you...
Wonderlands. Can't fast travel to that? Really? Thank you, UI.
Bards sing of my legendary deeds.
No matter how much crit damage you stack, you always get your crit damage multiplied by 0.44. Yeah, it's not a great place to be in. Just make it neutral. It's fine. Like, contrasting Omega Rush with another item, the Rage Handle. The Rage Handle has 2 problems. One, it swings so fast you often reach the animation lockout bug, which Omega Rush can also experience. And 2, despite its other stats being good, it, at best, crit multiplier-wise, gets a 1.1. And at that 1.1, it's still less DPS than most other viable tiered melee weapons. Despite hitting super fast and critting super consistently, it having that low crit damage hurts it a lot. Now, imagine instead of slightly positive, you had massively negative. That's Omega Rush. Wish we had New Game Plus to play the story again just for Fret Valentine dialogue. New Game Plus would have been a cool implementation. Like, I would do it for challenge runs. I mean, I did do a month of pseudo New Game Plus content. It would have gotten some good use. Shame it wasn't in the cards. Shame, because at face value, Rage Handle seems great, just that one stat ruins it. Rage Handle still has good value, it's just not really for being a primary damage dealing tool. Like, you can use Rage Handle with Ancient Hilt, and it's one of the best cooldown tools in the game. Rage Handle with Vampire, even with the lower damage, is still extreme tank. So you can use that to kill Drill in your melee builds, for example. And do it for easy and free access to quest rewards? Yeah, that'd be cool. They mod and bring BL3 stuff to Wonderlands. No, both games use the same engine. It's the same engine, it's the same part set for the most part. There are some parts that are not present. So like if a gun from BL3 has some super specialized barrel or something that isn't present in the Wonderlands files, then like they'd have to recreate it with stuff that exists. So it wouldn't be as easy as just port everything over. So, you know, contrary to what people say about it, it's just a BL3 copy paste. No, it's not. If it was a copy paste, you could literally take everything from one game and put it in the other. You can't. It doesn't work that way. There's a lot of overlap, but that's what happens with a spin-off game. We saw the same thing with TPS from 2. Spin-off game. Epic came up with the bomb idea on stream today. I hate that every time I decide to go long, it happens to be days where he streams, so I always miss his streams. I always want to watch, but I never get to. You can start your playthrough at level 40. Probably see that in the future. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Because I really enjoyed doing playthroughs in Chaos levels, but doing them at level 40 would still be, you know, the next best thing. Pretty sure BL3 stuff can be brought in. Yes, some additional work needs to be done, of course, with there are BL3 skills and guns in the code, including ones added in Redux. Right, there's some things that are just holdovers that are in. They can bring over. It's not a universal thing. Some stuff they would have to fiddle. And then there's some stuff they could just reconstruct. Like, obviously they've made some Redux items that have new effects and stuff. They could create new items that emulate the effects from previous games. Doable. Just, not as simple as Control-C, Control-V, because they're the same game. Well, not saying anyone said that, just, clarifying.
Now find the Everfrost ice tomb in which her
Can we just speedrun with Zane on Wonderlands?
perilous road that you
Just turn Barrage into Mantis Cannon. Easy.
Oh, don't bother.
Please don't.
I have a map marker. It's fine.
you have the sight.
Obviously.
Watch yourself. The coil here will likely also be hostile.
Oath of Fire and Disgag then? Oh no, it's over.
The chest, which wouldn't be a problem if you were as good a fighter as I am.
Who else dare?
PTA into a racer? Stop.
The ice tomb is impressive. What must I do next?
It kinda is.
Oh, I forgot that you're an illiterate child who doesn't
Situationally.
understand prophecy. Bury the hearts, you simpleton.
And mechanically, yes. Yes, it is.
So much damage while knowing so
I hate it. Stop.
Fine. Now, according to the prophecy, you must acquire the battle standards of the Elder Coiled Viziers. For they are the direct blood descendants of the first Viziers, who imprisoned Celissa
Why am I
many
doing
years
this?
ago.
Well, I guess being on this quest stage is nice because it'll point me directly to the enemies that have those items sourced. I have such little attention span that I just start doing side quests when I'm not focusing. Yeah, this is the spawn point to be at for the fair share farm. So there's a few, oh, you just spawn when I'm on the quest. Huh, that's useful. So wait, that lets me kill you 6 times instead of 5? That's neat, actually. I never thought of that. Yeah, as long as I don't pick up the battle standard, we can just kill her 6 times instead of 5. I think. Yeah, so skill-wise, either of the combos that have Geist in the Shell would be good. Something with Blight Collar power in general is going to be good, because that's going to increase the damage of Plague Storm, and of Geist in the Shell, and increase the class feat, Whisper of Rot. All good things. Burr power is more enraged damage, but like that's it, and that's not really that impactful. Oh, I guess it's just here now. I guess you can only kill her once like that.
So you
That's fine.
know, you're so damn lucky I showed up. Because I'm the only one who can tell you how to fix this thing that you totally screwed up. You're bumbling trumpet.
What's the farmer that one?
No, he's actually kind of growing up.
You serious?
Yeah. There's something about that no-nonsense growth to me here. It's weirdly charming. I don't...
This whole quest is a Witcher parody, by the way. I mean, very obvious. The Ditcher, Geralt. They're talking about him somehow being attractive despite the fact that he's an asshole. It's The Witcher. No coins are tossed. We're not in the Valley of Plenty, idiot. Is anyone gonna watch that show after season 3? Now that we're on topic. Is anyone gonna watch that show after season 2 is another question. Because it depends on how season 3 goes. The thing is, with season 4, we don't have Henry Cavill anymore, and a huge driving factor is his performance as Geralt and his dedication to that role. We don't get him in season 4, even if the character's still in. So like,
At last, another voice. Fire, fire. Save me a seat on the other side. Magic up.
Like, keep in mind, one of the biggest criticisms of season 2 was how it deviated heavily from source material in a way that ended up being less interesting. And the showrunner openly mocked Henry Cavill for suggesting that they go closer to source material and for being passionate about playing the role. So it's just not a good look. It's not a good look. Wouldn't want to immediately dismiss the new actor. Yeah, I wouldn't put any of the blame for the change in direction on the new actor. I believe it's... Is it Liam Hemsworth? I want to say it's Liam Hemsworth. In no way do I think people should judge him going into it, or imply that he wouldn't do a great job, because I think he can do the role fine. You know, I have no reason to believe otherwise. It's just things arriving at the point where he was needed to step in. That's the problem. Not so familiar with source material that matter to me. Yeah, I'm not either. It's a conceptual level thing. With adapting any sort of nerdy shit, be it video games, books, you know, this being both, movies, anime, manga, card games, adapting any of these things into each other, you need to handle the source material with a certain amount of care, right? I'm not saying you need to one-to-one, you know, at every moment perfectly recreate and pander to the original fans, because that's never gonna go well. But, like, you need to handle with a certain amount of care. And most adaptations have proven that they're not willing to do that. You get some successful ones once in a while. You get ones that are well received, like Arcane, like The Last of Us, like Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Castlevania, I hear, is very good as well. I enjoy Dragon Age Absolution. You know, you get ones that are good. But then, for every one of those, you get 2 Halo series. You get the progressive backslide of The Witcher from being a cool adaptation to just, like, hating the material they're working with and the people who are working on it. And it's like, why are you doing this? Why are you making it, then? Like, there's a noticeable departure in cohesion and quality when you get a showrunner who does not like the material they're working with to run a thing. You get that with Rian Johnson in The Last Jedi, who, he is a good filmmaker. That's the thing. Rian Johnson is a good filmmaker, but he made some decisions out of spite for the source material. And regardless of whether you think those are good decisions or not, they were not received well by the people the movie was for. Show about Velma? Yeah. Oof. Oh, I want to see Diablo made into a TV series. With how cinematic Diablo 3 and 4 have been, I would absolutely love that. It'd be so cool. Feel so bad for Liam Hemsworth, no winning here for him. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's not his fault, and I'm sure he'd do a decent job. But it's just the situation he's in. He's trying to work, and, you know, he's walking into work with a huge turd fused to the ground that can't go anywhere, that they can't cover the smell of. It's just there. Is there ever a good anime adaptation to a movie with real actors? I have to think about that. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it was like art, but I enjoyed that Alita Battle Angel movie. I guess that counts. Anyone see that movie? I thought it was fun. I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion or not. It's not source material I'm familiar with. Her eyes too big, though. You're not wrong, Hot Sauce. A little uncanny to look at for too long. Look how good Last of Us adapted the material and only changed the stuff that needed to be improved. Well, they were working very closely with the producer of The Last of Us. They got a showrunner who, he said in the post-interview after the last episode that he believes The Last of Us is the best story ever told in video games. They got that guy to be a showrunner. They got people who were involved with and loved the source material to work on The Last of Us. Of course it turned out well.
Stonefall!
We have, you know, the Halo series where instead of doing any Halo stuff, it's like, hey, what if everybody was horny and Master Chief was allergic to his helmet?
Patience, friend, patience.
Also, half the plot is gonna follow this teenager with the most yee-ass haircut of yee-ass haircuts. Master Cheeks! Craig Mazin was given carte blanche by HBO after Chernobyl and he picked The Last of Us. So they got a really talented showrunner after a really successful show who loves an IP to do a show for it. Like, shouldn't that be how it's just done? I also love the Halo books, so it pains me to hear how they massacred my boy. I love the Halo books too. And I went into the Halo show with an open mind. In fact, I thought that the people who were overreacting to, like, Cortana not being naked and blue, I thought that was pretty fucking weird. And I didn't think that was indicative of how the show would do. Then I watched the show, and, like, the Cortana stuff wasn't a problem. It was everything else. And that show's getting a second season, by the way. I'm so excited. Not because I think it'll be good. Between Andor and Last of Us, it's been a fantastic year of TV. I'm so excited for Andor Season 2. I will wait as long as I need to. Anime has taught me anything is that trash gets the pass. You know, Chainsaw Man still hasn't officially been picked up for a second season, and I'm starting to get a little worried. Meanwhile, My Hero is just doing whatever it is they do over there. Not even My Hero fans seem to like it, but it's just like season after season. We get to the bunny room, have no idea to pick. What in doubt, armor. Speaking of anime, I saw Ghost in the Shell last Sunday. It was beautiful. Like the original, like the 90s 2D one. Reckless Monster. Of course? Yeah. Iconic. I mean, you could argue that Ghost in the Shell had a huge inspiration on the whole cyberpunk genre. Not that cyberpunk IP called cyberpunk, but like as a genre. Probably one of the most influential to that flavor of media, if you ask me. Mappa needs to expand every anime uses them these days. I hear it's awful to work at Mappa. Like, there's some horror stories from Mappa employees. They have to do some shit. Quality or start to suffer. Part of the quality is because they crunch really hard to a controversial degree. So, like, yeah, expansion is definitely the play there, huh? Maybe let your workers see their families by hiring more workers. one's decent. Gun crit chance, ward capacity. Got skills that are good. I basically want this one, but like with area damage, if possible. Armor rings or amulets? Yeah. I hope the God of War series is treated with as much care as the Last of Us series was. Apparently I have 5 studios already. I'm surprised. Are they running all 5 of those studios, like, at maximum intensity at all times? Because it really does seem like Mappa's just doing fucking everything. Like, at the same time, they're finishing off Attack on Titan, doing the next season of JJK, they're doing Hell's Paradise as well. Chainsaw Man was in that area of overlap. What else are they doing? I'm sure each studio is responsible for 1 or 2 shows. Could be, could not be, because the way certain other industries do it is they'll have like an A team and a B team. They'll do the most high profile projects on the A team, and then they'll kick the other stuff down to the B team, and they will sometimes be working on asymmetrical amounts of stuff. Vinland Saga, that was the one. Thank you. I've been told I should watch Vinland Saga. But don't you guys have to wait like 2 years for the next season or something? Holy shit, I am actually awake for the TBjer_Krog. How you doing, Soccer Chick? How was the food you made? I had to step away before you finished cooking in your stream. Currently raining cats and dogs with extra dogs. I was gonna say it's nice out, but I actually have no idea because I have blackout curtains and I haven't gone outside in 5 hours. So, I don't know if it's nice out, but I think it's nice out. I don't think it's raining. I don't hear rain. Hey, Whiteout. Currently 6 hours away from home. Can't even do anything. That's all I can do is watch y'all. It's the second best thing to do. Hey, happy to have you here. Happy to provide distraction. Fork food is delicious. Tacos never do me wrong. Tacos do me wrong, but usually it's worth it. Any food is delicious when you gotta feed that massive dog. I should not have made a very detailed comment in my head, and now I'm gonna be giggling. No, I can't say it. Well, I probably shouldn't say it. I don't need that 3-day break yet. The super extended. Yeah, we were talking about your dong earlier, Soccer. I still look like the character has boner. If it quacks like a duck, sometimes it is a duck. I need help from my character? That kind of help? Dude is massive, no wonder I'm tired all the time. Yeah, you just You need more energy. You need to manage your blood pressure. Get that blood sugar up too. Yeah, some people here are playing Tears of the Kingdom hot sauce. I've seen nothing good things about it, which I love to see. I'm not a Zelda fan myself, so I'm not playing it. I have no interest in playing it, but no spoilers and stuff. Keep those out for the people here who do play it. I'm just mostly glad you guys have a good game. Like, you guys have to wait 5 years for new titles. I'm glad it's a banger. Gotta take care of some shit. See you later. Sounds good, Boom. See you then. At an indeterminate point in the future. I won't be going too much longer. Probably another 20 minutes. I gotta figure out what I'm doing for dinner. I made a shitload of food last time I cooked and coasted on leftovers for like 3 days. Now I gotta cook again. I'm in love with it. I'm in love with you. Got him. Absolutely destroyed.
Things are about to get messy. By my dog's hand. And all magic done.
I'm gonna prank you so fucking hard by consistently expressing my appreciation of you in a respectful manner. Get got, nerd.
Ah, I see our old arrangement still stands.
This is the toxic behavior you guys sign up for, huh? Yeah, that's good enough. That armor's good enough, I think. That's a good fair share, too. Back to the chamber. Honestly, a little sweet touch I enjoy is you can spend to basically summon raid bosses at small locations. That's cool. Hey, Kirk, thank you for the prime for the 21 months. Hey, the Torg quote. Last stream we were going on about how awesome and wholesome and base Torg is. Always love Torg quotes. Nothing's more badass than treating a woman with respect. That's true. It's very true. Treating people with respect in general is a pretty big W.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
I'll let one dominate you, bonk. But also, that's just polite. But also bonk. This is health bug, right? Yeah, that's health bug. Alright, we'll check the loot first.
And all magic done.
Jiggling. Thank you again, Kirk. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Health bug pog. I always forget. It's just something to check for when you
Are you
go
prepared?
between areas.
We'll see.
One of those things you just learn to live with currently. How it works. Hopefully it gets fixed. Yeah. It's not like the end of the world to me if they can't. I don't think it's something they should balance around. Because then the whole game just suffers. It's just... you know. It'd be like if the answer to vendor crashes in BL3 had been to remove vendors from the game. It's like, it's a problem, but I don't think it's worth that. Now, there were fixes to the vendor crash thing that they just never implemented. So it is a different situation. There's no currently known fix for the chaos bug thing. You get what I'm getting at. Ooh, that's a Deathless with 3 Hex Machina. That's pretty good. Epic sounded very confident they'll solve it eventually. They got a talented group of people who are very driven to fix the problem. Who don't have, you know, corporate overlords to answer to, so. Good reasons to be confident. Like when Torg was having fun wild in their D&D campaign, Lilith kind of went toxic, said he can't enjoy it because big slow man. Oh yeah, Lilith is trash. Lilith is a trash human being. It's just kind of common throughout the lands games. Don't really make a secret of it. I forget Mr. Torg is a big D&D nerd. Mr. Torg is an absolute treasure. He's just a little big guy. Lilith can talk to you in your brain. Also, Lilith, come talk to me. Are there no plush Torgs, or are there? I don't know if there are. I would love a tush. Tush, yes. A Torg tush. Yep. Why is my mouth the way it is? A plush Torg. See, I said it eventually. Mr. Torg being the real Giga Chat by 1 saying anyone can enjoy D&D. B&B in this case, but yes. 2 having an emotional moment at Wonderland's getting the group back together by discussing their feelings, and he hates corporations. And he constantly monologues about respecting people in general and checking your own biases. Like, he's just a W human. You should replace James Corden. I'm down. Anything would be an upgrade from James Corden. minutes, Grandma, is a bit much. Don't you talk about my waifu like that. Hey Lewis, how you doing? Yeah, by any chance remember was the percentage of the bonus damage and crossbows, mosquito mantle, and base game? Shit. I don't. Stone Swan might know. Sen might also know. I don't remember. Thought it was 100. That sounds correct. Is it 100? That sounds correct. I just don't want to say with certainty because I don't personally know. I'll defer to you guys on it. Super nerf the mantle, which is justified. Since it's 30% now, still good. Like, there's some things that you functionally just can't really nerf as long as they do what they do. You can make them less dominant, but you can't stop them from doing what they do. Like, Barbaload took a 90% nerf. It's still the Barbaload, you know? Geist took a nerf. It's still Geist. Double Knot took a nerf. It's still Double Knot. Now, I'm comfortable putting Mosquito in the same area. Doesn't double dip anymore, it's 30% hurts. I guess in comparison to other options, like introducing Fusion and then nerfing Mantle just kind of makes it go like, why would I ever click a Mosquito? I still like the idea... Oh, hey, look, Fusion. I like the idea of it giving that cooldown. Because, like, that could potentially be huge. If you're able to just chain kills like that to refund your cooldown off of your armor effect. Maybe leaning more in that direction for Mosquito would make it feel better for players. I don't know if... I haven't used it enough in the mod to feel strongly about changes one way or the other. Basically a chance for a 30% bonus element formula-wise. So, comparatively worse than a bunch of other armor choices, but still better than most of them. So applies to base game? Yeah. Base game, they changed it. It used to be a 100% double dip copying the original damage source. So, terrifying. But now it's different. Keeps cooldown stuff? Yeah. Release is pretty funny. It's just absolutely silly. It's like, would you like to square your damage? Yes? Okay, here you go. That's just how it worked. Yeah, like Mosquito compared to current Pandemicium, for example. You know, you take Mosquito. So, like, Automod grabbed your message, Honey Bunny, and I don't know if I allow because of just out of context, the message it's gonna put in the chat. You get me? Like, it's gonna say I allowed a certain phrase, and I don't know about that one. just like reword it and put it in chat. So
Think you can make it?
yeah. Did love the era of Wonderland's build videos for release Mosquito. I really hated it. For some reason every build ever did 100 mil damage, I wonder why. Yeah, I was wondering why I was seeing 1 mil ticks from Ghostblade. Fucking Ghostblade. which its entire thing is it does a ton of small ticks, but seeing over a mil was like, why is this? There we go. Tor could literally say trans rights are human rights before he blows up a moon. Chunks of moon blow up the main villain's fleet. Some people would still hate him. Some people would decide they hate him because of his advocacy for treating people with decency in general. And fuck those people. Torg is based. Gotta remember Steven Crowder exists and people like him. Not his wife. Insert meme. My wife left me and took the kids. Change her mind. Never not be mad at Moxie's Blight Knight vid. Well, that was Buffless Mosquito. And it's a difficult position to be in, because, like, Moxie's good at his job. He looks for damage. He finds the damage, and he makes a video out of it. It's that simple. The ramifications of where that damage comes from, not really his fault. It's just, it's unfortunate that from a game design perspective, came from a couple centralizing things that they just either reined in too late or never reined in at all. They, them option for pronouns triggered. Yeah, how dare. How dare inclusion. Inclusion bad. and the thing to remember with these people, these haters that we're talking about, they're fucking stupid. They're not very smart. They are buffoons. Because you'll see them say dumb shit like, man, I hate how Borderlands went woke. It's like, putting it how K6 did. Do you not remember the start of BL2 where the gay black space cowboy gives you quests at the beginning of the game? Like, do you not remember that? One of the reasons we love Mr. Torg is because he would not give a single fuck what those people think. He'd be like, hey, I'm gonna be decent. Don't give a shit how you feel about it. I'm just gonna be a good guy. They didn't see Emerald as black, I'm not kidding. Yeah, of course they didn't. What does based mean? Based means, like, not caring what people think about a thing. It's usually used in a positive context. Like, someone says that something is their favorite movie, and that movie's not generally liked, and they're like, oh, based. That'd be an expression of, hey, I approve that you're not afraid to say you like this thing. if used by a capital G gamer, it's been used in some negative connotations, but like, that applies to a lot of things. Everything from Pepe emotes, which unfortunately are so widespread use in that manner that the negative connotation won. And like, milk. They tried to do milk for a while. Like, some people, they devote their entire existence to making hate symbols. It's really fucking weird. Good example of another thing that got corrupted like that is the word woke being used as a pejorative in 2023 when, you know, its origin was a word of affirmation about being aware and advocating for equality and the Black Civil Rights Movement. But, like, you know, internet dwellers and politicians of a certain sway decided that it's a bad word. So now to a lot of people who don't have the context, it is. Like how people mattering was turned into people not mattering. Right. Like, to some, me saying Black Lives Matter, some people got so fucking angry I just said that. Introspection. Why does that make you angry? Think about it for a second. You quiet your fucking base? No, you soccer chick.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Hard mode should never exist in any game, should never be any difficulty in any game. I want everything to be handed me on a silver platter. It's not even that simple. It's just like, I don't believe other people having options in anything they do should matter. That's the core mentality there, whether those people realize it or not. It's main character syndrome. That's all it is. Some people are not happy the main character they play in the game is not a straight up buff dude angry about Duke Nukem's walk being toxic masculine. Well, I mean, Duke Nukem is several flavors of like, they didn't really think about this, did they? From a time where certain language was used in certain ways that, you know, after a couple decades of hindsight, we're like, huh, maybe using the word gay in that way is kind of, awful. But it was also confusing. Because they didn't think it through. Because, like, one of the taglines for one of the Duke Nukem games was like, play this game or you're gay. And then it's like, okay, hang on. Play the game with the very buff, hyper-sexualized men. Or what now? It's just... that whole thing is a mess. Definitely a product of its time. That's a good way of putting it. Pathy, how you doing? Good to see you. If I'm gay and play Duke Nukem, then you're a Giga Chad. Half Duke's lines were taken from Ash Williams anyway. I wonder how much of, like, pop culture in the last 30 years is just Evil Dead references. Because a lot of things I can think of. Mass Effect has some characters that are just Evil Dead references. Resident Evil 7 in its entirety is an Evil Dead reference. Duke Nukem. Well, thanks, just woke up. How are things? Things are good. We're just doing our nerdy thing, having good combos. Wholesome stuff. These 69% of all things are Evil Dead references. Yeah, Lizzie, it's something that people very unthinkingly did, and it's one of those things that kind of confirms this idea that people only care about how harmful an action is once it's become personally relevant to them. And I think that's sad. Sam Raimi's behind everything. He's behind me right now. Sad I've never been able to play Bloodborne. Fuck PS exclusives. So console exclusives are just such an interesting topic because the only reason Nintendo does well is because they have good exclusives on their, you know, terrible platform. But they can do that because their exclusives are bangers and they can coast off of 30 years of brand and IP loyalty. But meanwhile, Xbox, no one gives a shit about because their exclusives are ass, and any IPs that they've generated that loyalty with have been stagnant or dead. So then Sony's just still doing exclusives as was done for the last 3 generations outside of Nintendo's scope of things, and it's like annoying when it's stuff like Bloodborne that they refuse to remake or remaster. But like, it's working for them. It's very satisfying. I like that sound. Kathy is a life-size Sam Raimi cutout. Love it. I have no clue who Sam Raimi is. Evil Dead, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. You've definitely seen memes from those movies, right? Doctor Strange 2.
You should have brought more.
Make her the best Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man 2? Factual. Factual. Spider-Man 2 is one of the best comic book movies ever made, and it's not close. Now, I'd say Spider-Man 2 has to fight with Spider-Verse for the title of Best Spider-Man Movie, but Best Live Action, it's absolutely Spider-Man 2. Sony's fault when a game's exclusive to PlayStation, developers' fault when it's Epic Games exclusive. Gamer logic, don't question. Miss. You know, this would be crazy if I could have an Echo Hilt. I would actually go back to using plate mail, I think, if I had an Echo Hilt here. Yeah, Echo Omega Rush would be so cool. Where I look and see his face, that thing. No, that's from the Marvel Cinematic Universe Spider-Man stuff. Like Pizza Time and the emo dude doing dances to like jazz music and Something of a Scientist Myself. You know, that one. Basically every scene from the first Spider-Man movie from Sam Raimi was memed at some point. I'm trying to think of a scene that isn't a meme. I think they've memed every frame of that movie. It's like the Star Wars prequels. I think they've memed every single frame. Can't wait for Elden Ring DLC. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. It's not something I'll probably be playing, but like, same energy as the whole Zelda thing, right? Like, I hope you guys have something that is worth the wait that you get to enjoy. Did they meme Bonesaws already? Absolutely. I've seen that meme at least once. Like the videos popping up Tears of the Kingdom people in their vehicles. How many of them are just dicks? The vehicles, not the people. I've only seen 2. That's surprising. Surprising restraint. Build working out well, I think. I would love a Blight Power Hourglass. Is that a thing? Did they fix that? I could also use a Gluttony with more damage. Forgot that. Saw a dog patting device, a wholesome break from the dicks. That is a wholesome break. Most torture devices? That's less wholesome, yeah. After 3 days, finally found my first double gun crit damage ring. So convinced they didn't exist. Glad I kept at it. Yo, let's go, Scroll. It's a huge find. Two kinds of Tears of the Kingdom players. You either make an actual full detailed Gundam or dick. Yeah, sounds about right. Reminds me of the Halo 3 Forge days. Holy damage. That was a good melt. Gundam with a dick. Ah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. I play a lot, been doing exclusively ring bunnies, looking at every single one to make sure I thought I was going crazy. It's just proof of the point of, you know, too many stats, too many part variations in these games as of the last two titles. To the point where there's some stat combinations you'll simply never see. It's not about getting a perfect roll, it's about getting anything specific. To the point where you can't be sure a stat is in the game at all. Speedruns would be interesting to be in somewhat engineer yourself a whole lot in the 100% category. Apparently there's like sub 1 hour speedrun already. I don't want to know anything about it in case it entails spoilers, but I saw there's some like weirdly fast speedrun. Tears of the Kingdom. "48 minutes? Ah, yeah, that was it. Okay, I think this build's officially cooking. I think it is officially cooking. That's good damage. And this is a gun build. Remember, Plague Storm doesn't do shit unless you feed it with something, which I'm feeding it with gun damage. So I can vibe in the stream and on COD. Surprisingly, COD community is weird out toxicity, which feels weird, refreshing from D2 or fuck up mechanic told KMS. Yeah, hearing a positive thing about the COD community, that's got to be a momentary thing. Like, between releases, they're going to get bad again when the next game comes out, and whenever that is. Is this the year they're taking off? Was that last year? I don't pay attention. Weird to hear, but I'm glad you're able to vibe. I aim to provide an area where people can just do that. Smokes must be talking about the fish. Yeah, surely. The scary thing is we could have much better rings here because Field TOs are cursed. The switching weapons condition really works here, because we do have the additional points in Hex Machina and Instinct. Yeah, 50% swap speed, and then it doubles, so we have 100% swap speed when enraged. So if we do this... Yeah, this is our swap speed. We can just keep that fire rate from Hex Machina on very easily. Currently 4 out of 3, so 40%. So the swap condition here works well. And like the fire rate allows us to get more shots in that 6-second window, while that crit damage and the gun damage stats are increased. That works out nicely. This could be better. Like, the virulence points don't hurt us. I would rather those be in Hex Machina. Like, one of them in Instinct and the other one in Hex Machina, I guess. But that's fine. Both class powers benefit, the area damage benefits. I suppose, technically speaking, the ability crit chance benefits. It's just the melee crit chance is nothing, but that's fine. Just one useless stat on an armor. I shouldn't complain. I should favorite that. That's long term. I need to put an enchant on one of these triple amps so I can have that for when Frost is not good damage-wise. Reload speed on the Hourglass is nice, but I think having global damage here will go a long way, because we only have Flawless Edge right now. And I can't remember if Flawless Edge is one of the ones that accounts for unarmored defense or not, because it's possible that we will never get more than 15% bonus from Flawless Edge. It's possible. So either way, that's not much, and we don't have any other sources. So I guess I need hourglasses. Epic said he's a fan of Fury or Fealtio double roll bug. Likely figure out why it's possible. More importantly, enable that for the other manufactured types. Cool. That's actually good. Because that promotes Fealtios, which are very much a gun build ring. Even for spell builds doing wacky double knot shit, I think Fealtios still practically get beat out by other rings because you can get stuff like AoE radius and spell radius and spell crit stats. So I think that balancing-wise, buffing Fealtios in general, aside from Furior, is a good way of increasing gun viability across the game. Maybe the Torg one doesn't need the boost, if we're being perfectly honest. Because Torg as a manufacturer just slaps. But like, what would it hurt? Is a Blightbur build? Yes. Even with Shield Regen, never considered Flawless Edge as good. Well, it is good. Flawless Edge is good. Whether or not it's of value for investing the points into depends on what else you're doing build-wise. Like, if you have a Selective Amnesia equipped, well, then Flawless Edge, a lot less valuable. Not only will you likely not be at full, but Amnesia is just giving you more of that stat. If you're a Stabomancer, you have 2 skills in tree that can give you global, so less important. In Redux, if you have an Agony, well, not only are you going to want the Agony broken, but a broken Agony gives you more than max investment in Flawless Edge does. So, personally excited for Black Powder version. Yeah, Black Powder getting even more mag size and reload speed could be real interesting. Do I have souls? I do have souls. Let's go over to Vesper for a little bit. Just a little bit. It's not a Wonderland stream if I don't farm Vesper, right? It's also not a Wonderland stream if the UI works. Need to mess with Blightbur. I don't know if I should. Got Blightbur and Cape of Tides plus 1 to Blast Shield. It's hella tempting. I mean, why wouldn't you? Berserker and Blightcaller are both good classes that complement a lot of playstyles, including what each other has to offer. Not a big melee class, can work out. It still has some stuff that benefits melee. Whisper of Rock class feat is the only one in the game I'd consider on par with spell weaving, and it benefits every playstyle pretty much equally. Then you do have some of the melee damage stat. You've got some crit chance, got some good survivability, you got some global damage. It provides some, it's just not as much as Stabo and Burr. You have a negative force handy somewhere, tested special works. It works, Lacosius. The thing is, it only works from enemy damage, or it only works from damage that isn't yours, I should say. You can get around that by, if you say, create cryo water in a puddle with your own spell, then that will trigger it. It does work, it's just, it's a hyper-specific condition. When it works, it's good. It's just, it requires enemy cryo damage. See, if I had an Echo Hilt, that would be the perfect thing to weave in here. Try the low-level Ludite. Yeah, your own Ludite and stuff won't do it. You gotta get indirect about it. Fire Spore, reload speed, dark magic efficiency. That's good. Not for this build, but that's good. Now I need to make room. Amazing. I keep forgetting. I gotta switch to the better gluttony, the better roll. Oh, I'd grab though, like Shock Buffmeister? No? Why would you need a Buffmeister? It's not like classes don't have clearly defined roles in most instances, especially not Berserker. Berserker is the generalist class. Berserker can just buff anything. You can do Berserker gun builds, spell builds, melee builds, dot builds, ability builds. Like, and the spell slot is good for all kinds of builds, so you're not restricted to anything. You're only restricted if you decide you're restricted. Especially when it comes to Buffmeister, you are only ever limited to that item when you decide you are. You just heard Epic said the coding is any cryo and take a damage to trigger it. So from testing from both myself and Stone Swan, this was like a couple hotfixes ago, so it may have changed, not retested. But from testing that both of us did. Yo, that's a 1.9 cryo ancient pickaxe. Hang on. Fuck whatever I was saying. Yes. Yeah, from our testing, it does not trigger from your own cryo damage. It will trigger if an enemy hits you with cryo, or if you cryo a puddle and then get cryoed that way. But anything that counts as coming from the player will not trigger it. You have to use a middleman or an enemy. And not very many enemies hit you with cryo damage. Off the top of my head, you have Freezicles and Dragonlord. Can you think of any other major enemies that cryo you? Because I can't. Also said it hasn't been changed at all. Okay, so that's how it's currently working. It is checking specifically for enemy damage, not any cryo damage. I don't know how that's the case, but that's what it's doing. It's good to hear that it's not supposed to be doing that, though, because consensus among myself and Mr. Sean is that, like, it doesn't need that restriction. If it was just any cryo damage, including your self-damage, then it would just give you a reason to build into inflicting cryo damage in small enough a number that it won't break your shield, because it goes away if your shield breaks. It requires cryo damage. It's already very specific. It doesn't need to be hyper-specific. Will the frost damage from Enrage when you hit water count? If you hit water specifically, yes. Because the water becomes not your damage. You need something that doesn't count as you. So shooting your foot with a cryo weapon doesn't work. Shooting water with cryo and then stepping into it does. Because the water isn't you. Ow. Do I have enough time for this? Oh, well, that's nice. Water gets formula from you, though. It's not you. Water is not you. Puddles are not the player's damage. They are disconnected from your formula. Thinking of barrels? You're thinking of barrels. Barrels are environmental, but they are your damage. Puddles are not your damage. For example, that's why you don't get credit for kills from Nasty Spill. Because you didn't do it. But the enemies die and it counts as room progression. Yo, Chain Lightning Spine Touch with a 19 mag and gun damage crossbolts? Non-elemental? This save is RNG carried. I got a perfect Spine Touch and a perfect pickaxe inside of like 10 minutes. You incite the water to attack you, just like enemies. Pick a fight with the puddle. Yeah. Barrels are yours and get chaos scaling. Puddles are not yours and get chaos scaling. Mm-hmm. Oh, I could just use that Spine Touch on this save. It's just I worry about how much pistol ammo I'd go through. If you destroy a barrel and it leaves a puddle. That I actually don't know which direction that would go in. You got me there. I want chaos scaling IRL. What's interesting is the chaos scaling thing. I wonder if there's a way to apply that to gear damage. In the same way mayhem scaling really helped gear damage remain viable in BL3. I wonder if there's a way that isn't cursed to apply that to, like, shield novas. Probably not worth looking into, but it's just a random thought. Want my salary to get chaos scaling? Yo, mood. I would like the split of revenue I get from Twitch on my channel to be chaos scaled in my favor. That'd be real cool. I bought groceries and clothes back to back. And in conclusion, I hate the split I get from Twitch. All customers get 800% more annoying. Tragic. Why am I here? What did I come here for? Does anyone remember? I never remember why I'm at Vesper, which item I came for. It's an hourglass, right? Or did I want an agony for something? I don't know. It was hourglass? Okay, thank you, some old guy. Maybe agony? Am I being gaslit? I think you went there just because it's Vesper. Said it's not 5 o'clock yet. It's not horny hours. Can't remember where I put my glasses, but I can remember that. I lose my glasses while wearing my glasses. Do I now have the title of some old guy? It's almost 11 PM here. It is horny hours. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fire Stabbo. Max size. That's good, but like not quite what I need. I am going for a very specific role. Do you put your glass up in your forehead and then forget they're there? I've done that. Yep. I've been listening to music on my phone and then looking for my phone as well. Sure, only heard after 5 p.m. Well, that's the thing. It's always after 5 p.m. But I don't have to admit that all the time. I can pretend to be respectable. Use Find Your Phone on your phone. Lightning Claw, status damage gun mag. It's pretty good. Maybe not for this build, but like, that's good. Which of course means I need to make room. Pain, suffering. Those can go. Woolly Bully Gelatinous Cube. That was my nickname in high school. As K6 would say, gotta jacket off because it's warm. One might say hot. Very true. Very true. Nothing but facts there. Reminds me of that guy who sent a picture to his girlfriend and she forgot on her phone and she came back. That would get me. That would totally get me and I hate it. My nickname in high school was my nickname in high school. Alright, now we're getting real meta. Oh yeah, I was supposed to switch to the better Gluttony. Hey, Dark Magic Burst, status damage, reload speed. That's technically better. It's technically an upgrade. We trade the cooldown for the status damage. It's a pretty good championship ring too. What was the last time that I said I was going to stop at? I don't know, I just keep getting distracted and having fun. Technically an upgrade was my nickname in high school? You know, that one's just sad. That's one of the ones that sounds like bullying. Sometimes it's funny, other times it's like, oh, that was probably actually someone's nickname. Yeah, I only had racially charged nicknames in high school, so... yeah. Disappointed sounds. That's a good one. Fire spell shot status chance. Not quite. All the hugs. Thanks, Nunu. Same to you. You can tell it's hot because I can hear my My PC. Luckily, my actual nickname in high school was a typo version of my name. Nice. Wiper? Wiper, no wiping. Oh no. Oh no.
What dark hand brought such as you? Can't wait to cast the thing.
As undo on the last 20 seconds of the stream. Frost spell shot mag size. No. I don't need to settle for a single roll. More of the chance legs. It's an ancient one, so I buy those. Trying to figure out an optimal rotation for this. I'm thinking it's start with Mulligan debuff, Gluttony, that, and Plague Storm, another Gluttony, more Mulligan debuff, and more Gluttony. But I kind of hit myself with the chuck, so messed that up. The idea is I want to keep a Gluttony Dagger Storm ticking at all times, while getting as much uptime on the fire rate boosts as I can. Currently trying to get back in this game myself. It's a good time to play Chaotic Charisma. The Redux mod, the fan mod, has brought a lot of people back to the game, and you know, I've been playing it and enjoying it a lot. If you're looking for a fresh perspective on the game, maybe that's something worth trying out if you're on PC. If not, there's still plenty of stuff to do if you're a tinkerer like myself, into build crafting and such. In my high school, all the boys called themselves by their last names, and I was in class 25 boys. Did any have the same last names? Because that had to have got confusing at some point. Technically even have a nickname if your real name is already Nick. At that point, it's a non-nickname. But what if your nickname is also Nick? If your name is Nicholas, then Nick is your nickname. Like, if your legal name is Nick, then that is your nickname. That's true. Looking for a day to rue. Any suggestions? Not sure it has to be weekday or be any specific date. I mean, the expression is rue the day, not rue a day. So I feel like there's already a specific predetermined day in mind. It just hasn't been clearly defined. I feel like instead of that, we need to figure out which the day is, not a day to rue, if that makes sense. That was a big Plague Storm bolt. Find the day. It's a quest, yeah. Fire Graveborn max size. No thank you. Hey Lee, try to get past Chaos 25 5 times, same boss at the end each time, Chaos Trial boss random. No, Chaos Trials are fixed. Chaos Trials are the same boss. Mr. Nick Name. Ooh, what if his last name is Name? Yeah. Chaos Trials are the same boss. The entire point is that it is a trial. It is a specific boss to deal with. So if you're having trouble with that specific boss, it gives you an opportunity to figure out what in your build is having trouble and then correct that problem before moving on. Lets you build up your skills for when you'll fight more difficult versions of that particular boss or when you'll encounter similar situations. Gonna cook dinner because I haven't done that yet. Viper, isn't it 10 p.m. for you? Don't think about it. Well, too late. Go cook food and consume food and feel better, or else. Did my Dazzler just not hit? Okay, well, kinda hit. Ow, Vesper. Quite dead. So you can just mitigate nerf by the Bunker Master, Twist of Fate, 10 hero points and getting back into decks. Well, that's not quite how it works, because you'll still have that 10 lower decks worth of points, you know, forever compared to the other backgrounds. But as a whole, the backgrounds are not really that impactful. Like, even the most beneficial ones are just like, this is cool, I guess. They are, they're not really a big deal. Like, for example, on a lot of my saves that I now have set up as dot builds, I do have Village Idiot, which, sure, it gives you crit damage, but it reduces your dot damage. Now, dots can crit, so it kind of works out favorably still, and whatever you're critting with to spawn the dot is sometimes benefiting from the extra crit damage, but you get the idea. They're one of the least important aspects of builds as a whole. You don't really need to think too much about it. Pick the one that, flavor-wise, you think would benefit your playstyles the most. Lean into your strengths rather than lifting your weaknesses. That's probably the optimal way to play around the backgrounds. But again, they are the least impactful part of your build. White Rider, it's ×1 with a terrible mag. No thank you. No Hourglass this time? Sad. Do run a gun a lot. I'd assume I want a Constitution-centric build for that. Just keep my health numbers up. Constitution is a good stat to invest into later in the game, especially once you start going up through Chaos levels. Enemy damage starts going up, give you some good buffer. But again, in terms of hero stats, there's no real right or wrong answer. There's some that tend to be slightly more relevant to certain builds, but like for the most part, if you had to pick one, like, you know, on pain of bodily harm, force me to pick one that's more useful than others, it'd usually be Village Idiot, just because crit damage is relevant to almost everything in the game, and it gives you the most of that. But that's not a universal thing, and ultimately, it's not really something to even think about for more than a couple seconds. It never makes or break a build, makes or breaks, I can't speak, a build, never really amounts to anything. Just kind of a system that's there that you can safely ignore. Crossburn Hydras count for joint training. So the only things that stack the portion of joint training that says it stacks from companions are the class feat companions. So basically joint training is hard to trigger, and even once it's active, kind of shit. Because those are low values of a stat that isn't unique. I guess it's unique to that slot. You can't get crit in that slot any other way except for Protagonizer for ability stuff, but it's just not a good amulet. Asterisk next to that in case some discovery is made, but... Holy shit, Quag's still going? Listen, Sam Laska, I have no control. I have no self-control. We had some success with this build, and I just want to get a decent hourglass to use on it, or at least another decent one. We've gotten one upgrade since we've been here, but I want a bigger upgrade. We'll just go until the next hourglass drops, even if it's on this run. We'll just go until just a little more. Just a little more. Energizer loot money. Oh, well, there's an hourglass. I guess we're done. But we'll do more of this. I don't know what I'll do tomorrow. It'll be either this or BO3 or something. Probably this. Because, you know, Redux. And we're getting the trailer for Redux content update tomorrow, I believe. So that'll be something to look forward to. Yeah, Gluttony build goes hard. Hopefully Revenant catches some buffs, because it's basically just discount Gluttony at this point in time. And I'd love for that to change. So yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Thank you for hanging out, all the love and support today. Who are we rating? So you got D2H and Pilot are playing Lego. Pascaroni's on Dead Island 2. Tweety's playing some Fallout 76. Love to see that get some love. That's cool. Let's go over to... Let's go to Pilot. A jiggle for Pilot. That's a sentence. And thank you guys again for hanging out. I had fun today. Hope you did too. Yeah, tomorrow's Saturday. I haven't done Variety Saturday in a little while. I've streamed nothing but Redux for the past over a month. But Redux is good, so we'll probably just get more of that. Redux until I run out of build ideas, I suppose. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.